Hi there. I hope this is working. Hi again. Seeing how long it takes for my wave to come back. Like maybe 5 seconds. All right. I started establishing the GUI for the data disintegrator yesterday, and it's not much to look at yet. It's just hello world. So before I really get into it, I wanted to update to the latest of the crates I'm using because they're a little bit behind. So we're one version behind on eGUI, a couple versions behind in WGPU, and a version behind in WINIT. So I'm hoping I can just do these one at a time. See what breaks. No problems yet. Eight problems. Okay. Arguments to the function render new is incorrect. That is supposed to be creating an eGUI renderer. I guess this means that eGUI is not compatible with this version of WGPU. Okay, how about we go back and update the WINIT instead? I think this is an old error. Nope, it's not an old error. I only changed W in it. Why would this be different? Let's reset the server. Sometimes it gets confused. Scan those routes. Run that Clippy. Index. Okay, yeah. So, okay, so instead we have, I guess WINIT event changed. This is WINIT event. So there's no lifetime associated with it anymore. Okay, well that's nice. There is still a T. What's that T used for? User event. So we don't actually use a user event. Okay. Okay, yeah, these are two different types. WINIT event is different from a window event. Window event is a subset of WINIT event. Yeah, okay. Expected event loop target found a reference to a result event loop with an error. Event loop window target. That's new. So you used to just take an event loop. Now it build takes an event loop window target. What is that? Targets that associates windows with an event loop. This type exists to allow you to create new windows while WINIT executes your callback. Event loop will coerce into this type. Okay, so I should be able to pass an event loop. It can coerce into this type. So is it because there's a reference there and so if I do that, it'll coerce it? Is it because that's a result and it shouldn't be a result? Okay, well, I think it's because the event loop now is fallible. Okay. The trait WInit window raw window handle has raw display handles not satisfied. Well, that's unfortunate. I thought it did implement that. How come, like, it's cut off here? What's up with that? Just need to reload, I think. There it goes. I don't know what was going on there. Oh, that's interesting. So I need to enable a feature to say what version of raw window handle. Okay, that's new. We're using what? I guess it's whatever version eGUI is using, right? So we're going back until we get to the back is not working for me very well here. This eGUI state. Oh, tools are just laggy. Okay. I'm wondering if, like, it would be easier to move them all together. And the fact that they're separate is what's causing this tension. Ah, I guess we'll try moving them all together. I'm thinking we'll have fewer issues. But if we have more, I guess I could just go back and do it the other way. Don't trust that those errors were still correct. It says ready, but it's not ready. It's still spinning. Lock on the build directory. Oh, now it's going. Don't know why it's building that. I thought I had that built already. Okay, some errors to chase down. No such field. Yeah, I remember running into this. So click is not taking me to the right spot. Actually, two distinct types. Perhaps two different versions of W. Okay. So I should look at eGUI WGPU and see what version of things they expect. Oh, 0.17. Okay, so we gotta move back to 0.17. What was I on before? I don't know, because I lost my undo history. Well, that explains that. So the current version is 0.23, depends on 0.17 WGPU. And 0.28 of WINIT. Okay. Well, that explains a bit. Whenever I change the versions of things, it just lags. Okay. See, that's not an error anymore. It just took it a while to figure that out. Okay, so that must be in a newer version of eGUI or something. I don't really get this because... Oh, no, that's WINIT. So the newer WINIT is broken, doesn't work with... Okay. So actually, it looks like I don't have any errors anymore. So I can't update to WGPU 0.18 yet because eGUI isn't up to date with it. I probably should have looked that up first. So does that mean WINIT depends on a different version of WGPU? It doesn't depend on WGPU at all. The other way around, that was probably true, right? Oh wait, no, the only interdependency is the version of raw window handle. So we're still on 0.5. Okay, and then WINIT, latest version, raw window. Here it is, raw window handle. Okay, so you can specify what's 0.4, 0.5, or 0.6. Where does it say this? It's like, which one is the default? Is it the one without the question mark? They're all optional features, but these two have question marks on them. Don't know how to read that. I don't know. Well, our window's not broken. So I'm kind of stuck with these versions for now, right? Because of eGUI. Okay, that's fine. Go on to the next thing then. I wanted to see what happens if I don't do a with position. Is it just pick a random position? Or is it center it? I don't know. We'll find out. Okay, put it way up there that time on the top right. Okay, it's putting it to the top right every time. Yeah. As opposed to slightly down from the top left. I think I like this better. Okay, moving on. Okay, so Main window is pretty clean. All right, I wanted to see if I can get rid of move the RC out to the inner. Or what, just how it would look different. So this would be a result self, right? This would be like an RC new. And no RC there, so just moving the RC inside. So this would be inner, self inner dot clone. And just inner borrow. Simplification. Why did it do that? How did I end up typing that? I don't know. Well, that was easy. So the RC is now on the inner itself, which makes the apps methods a lot simpler, and nothing else really changed. Oh, I should make coffee, shouldn't I? Hey there, cat peasant. Look at that nice kitty cat that you put across my screen. Who's AWC? Anthony writes code. Oh, okay. I didn't know he had that emote chain. That's cool. I eventually want these, and this is at the app level. Oh, right. So we've already done the machinery to abstract this from W init. So that's good. So when I actually want my app to interact with the mouse, I do so here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Probably will never need to do this because all of our app is going to be in the eGUI itself, right? Coffee is good, yeah. You control all bots? I don't know. What does the bot say? The bot just says known user detected. Login cat peasant. Num messages 244. User ID 44948592245. Bot 0 is banned false. First message time 1583777299. Total view time 223,658. I think is that seconds? Sounds like seconds. Okay, message was app messages, right? We don't have any yet, but that's where we would handle them. Oh, yeah. So this right now says when to redraw. And I think we're going to move towards a UI that's reactive, not animated, right? So I don't think I need to return that anymore, or if anything, it should be an option, and right now we can just return none. Hopefully it's seconds, not years. Yeah, pretty sure it's seconds. How much time is that? Seconds in hours. 62 hours you've been watching, apparently, according to the bot. The bot has seen you for 62.1 hours. So we don't do model instances. So this doesn't apply anymore. Should I just remove this redraw time thing because we're not going to need it? So this draw actually doesn't do much other than that it does the eGUI rendering. So this like next draw time calculation, we don't actually need it. This is only to draw at a regular frame rate, right? Yes, the bot is omnipresent in the stream for sure. Except for that other day where I forgot to run it for an hour and a half. I know what I want to do. I wanted to add like a button here so that I can make sure that it's responsive. So in add content, right? Let's add a button that does something. Click me. Where's a return value? How does this work? It's like tells us if it's been clicked. Oh, if it's clicked. We're not going to use it, so it's just going to be a dumb button. So I want to make sure that when I turn off like the automatic redrawing at 60 frames per second that I got from the code I extracted this from, that it's still that this like mousing over still does that. Why is it so small? Do I have to like put this in there? Probably. Hey there, Vincent. Oi, we're working on GUI stuff today. If I get a grip on this GUI stuff, I'm gonna try making a hex editor next, and then the data tree. So I have these two widgets. They're just in WPF. I need to port them to eGUI. Okay, so I have something that I can mouse over and click on, and so it's event driven, and that's I think we're gonna have the entire UI be like this. So I don't want to remove all of the machinery, but I want to remove some of it. It's in drawing, right? It's not going to be driven by eGUI at all, though, so maybe I just remove it. Then I don't need this app start, right? It does provide state to the info overlay. But then again, the info overlay, maybe it could store that itself. Yeah, Microsoft Windows Presentation Foundation. WinForms, I think it was called, was the version before Windows Presentation Foundation. So here, I'll show you what it looks like. I just run hex editor .cs. It's all in C#, right? So it's this like, where is it? What's the principal class here for WPF? I think it's System Windows Controls. Yeah, if you're using WinForms, it's a different part of .NET. But yeah, there's also a very small I thought there was a very small XAML file, but I guess it doesn't. Did the data tree have a XAML? No. I guess yeah, it's all code behind, right? Yeah, these are like these are what custom widgets. They override framework element, or they're based on framework element. So the real meat of it is in this on render, right? So it's like drawing rectangles, draw that's my own function, draw highlight. There's like draw text. So I have to figure out how to do that in eGUI, all right? Um, and I'll get to leverage all of this, like all the calculations that I had and like the drawing of lines and stuff. So I don't have to redo that from scratch. But it's a lot of boilerplate, and most of it is in this on draw or on render. Yeah. See, I don't think we do. I keep these? It can remember that might be useful later. You know, I can keep it in there and just hack it at in the call hierarchy. So this goes up to handle this goes up through the abstraction, right? So it goes up into the W in it. This thing. Says handle redraw, handle redraw requested. Yeah, see how it takes the next draw time and does set. So if I just hack it like that, now it won't can constantly redraw now. But I think it still gets redrawn by if an eGUI event happens. It was WPF, but now it's eGUI now. Yeah. Oh no, it's hosed. So now I gotta remember how do we I have to get I think maybe it comes from the so we had to keep that and I think it comes from the eGUI instead. So that's drawing. Was it this process eGUI? Gives us this full output, which has right, it has the repaint after, which I'm not using. Yeah, I think that's the key. Um yes, so I think what I'm gonna do is like do let's hack this, I guess. What's draw time again? It's the current time. Uh, so let's actually make this optional. Okay. And then in this full output, there's this thing where it says if it's 0, it's requesting immediate repaint. Hard to see when it's in a column like that. If it's running in reactive mode, eGUI spends forever waiting for input and only then will it repaint itself. This can be used to make sure the backend only wait for a specified amount of time repaint without any new input. I think it doesn't say it, but I think we end up getting a max duration. So that means that there is an instant, I think. And where I want to hack it then is here. So it should be we just get the duration from the eGUI full output repaint after. It's just, I wonder if I need to handle, like, if that's max and we add, I think we might panic. Yeah, panic. Overflow and adding a duration to an instant. So then maybe I do make that an option. So then I'll say if GUI full output repaint after equals duration max. Then we're returning some next draw time. Otherwise, we're returning none. Okay, and so this goes back to here. Option. Option again. Option. 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 A lot of places where that type is. Okay, so here we get this next draw time, which is an option. So I think what I do is if let sum next draw time. Then we set wait until. Yeah, max draw time is not used now. That's correct. Okay, so now it's reactive and it shouldn't be painting unless I am actually clicking on it. So let me to confirm that, what I'll do is I'll put a debug message here, like print line. Just keep it simple, I guess. Handle redraw requested? Yeah, you're right. I did misspell that. Okay, now it's printing out too much stuff, so that's what I was worried about. Let's just have it print out the time. So instant now. Is that printable? Oh, it is printable. No, it's not printable. How about debug printable? That's good enough for me. Should be at, not as. Okay, so it is redrawing constantly. I wonder why. I think maybe I have to do an else, right? Set wait. Should I fix the other thing that you saw there? Give you a point for that because you found a typo? Quested. Yes, we should do that. Should always award points to people who spot my typos. Now you have 7 points. Okay, stop drawing. Yeah, and it's not drawing when I mouse over. There was something about like if an eGUI event happens, we should request a redraw, right? So that's in drawing. It's not in draw. No, it's like when an event happens. Oh, that's in not output, W in it, right? When an event happens. Feed input event. Right, there's a repaint thing. Wait, what? Okay, that's what it is. Okay, so we're not using that. Repaint. So I guess I put it right here, right? If event response, not there, but here. If repaint, then self.window.request redraw. So that was a bug in the other one, but I think it went unseen because we just always repainted at 60 FPS. Cool. So it actually draws when I move the mouse, because I guess it figures I might mouse over something. It might need to redraw. Cool. Gonna remove this now. Theme. I don't have a theme command. Should I add one? Let me find out what theme I'm using. I always forget. It's like file preferences, right? Theme. Color theme. Using dark modern. Well, uses the dark modern theme in VS Code. Control Shift P. Control Shift P. It doesn't do anything for me. For me, it's Control K, Control T. So probably just have it remapped. First there? Did I miss it? Browse additional? This one? What you doing? Hey there, Spaceberry. What am I doing? Looking at GUI stuff today. Oh, that's not correct at all. We need to fix that. Edit com today. I'm not doing this anymore. I did that like several streams ago. Raimo is establishing the eGUI based user interface for his data analysis tool. There we go. We fixed it. So if you haven't been here in a while, hold on. Let me close that. Name of the tool is DataDisintegrator, and it's the data analysis tool. You could also call it a programmable decoder. So it works on any kind of raw data that you have, and it figures out what every piece of it means based off of a description of the format written in a domain-specific language. So, for example, here's how I describe the GIF format, right? GIF, GIF, whatever. So it's like a structure and a function. It structurally and declaratively lays out what are the pieces of a GIF file, but there are things like loops and conditionals, so that while it's parsing the input, it can make decisions based off of what it's already parsed. And so, for example, here's a GIF file. It starts with GIF 89A. See that? So that's in this header. The first thing in the GIF is a header. Header has a string, signature, 24 bits long, and then a version, right? So the parser will go through it like that, in order. Pull that off to the side in time for it to be running. So there we go. We get a line of output for every time a part of the input is parsed. So when it gets this signature, it says, oh, that's GIF. That's 3 bytes long, right? And then version is another 3 bytes long. It's a string. And then we're done. And then we go to logical screen. We go into screen descriptor. We get this width and height. So that's split up into a least significant byte and a most significant byte, where we have to shift and add. So we get a 44 for the least significant and a 1 for the most significant. That's these 2 bytes here. It shifts and adds them and figures out it's 300. So that goes all the way down through the entire file to the end, where we can see the trailer, and that's it. So the data matches the format if by the time you get to the end of the format, you've read every single byte and there's no more, no less. And the idea would be to have like a hex editor on one side of the GUI and like a data tree view on the left-hand side. You can have many levels and you can collapse them, and you can click on every row would be equivalent to like one of these rows. And you click on something in the tree and it would highlight the bytes. Or if you clicked on a byte, it would highlight in the tree what it means. So that's my current goal. So I need 2 widgets for the GUI. I need a hex editor and I need like a data tree, and neither one exists. I even asked ChatGPT to make sure, but as of 2 years ago at least, such a widget doesn't exist in eGUI. So I'm working on that. Why I'm using eGUI? Because I'm into Rust. eGUI is Rust, pure Rust immediate mode GUI library based off of IMGUI. So yeah, I'm working on that. In the past, I made a GUIs for WPF and Cocoa, but now I'm into doing stuff on stream in Rust, and so it's been a lot of porting over what I had before, and now that includes the GUI. So right now I'm just polishing this up. I want to have like a base GUI that I can maybe tag this and say, hey, this is a good start for any kind of future GUI that I might make. I am customizing it to remove continuous drawing though. So this is more appropriate for making a GUI that is it's responsive but not constantly drawing. Any plans on making it in code? That's harder. I don't have any plans right now, but if the decoding goes really well, that's sort of like a stretch goal. Because if you think about it, it should be reversible, right? If we have a data tree that has all these parts in it, you should be able to like run it backwards and say, okay, generate the header. Okay, how do we generate the header? Take the signature and encode it as a string, right? And then take the version and encode it as a string. And then logical screen comes next, the screen descriptor, width comes next, and the width is a UE16. Here's where the hard part is. We'd have to like reverse this to compute MSB and LSB. And with math like this, it becomes ambiguous. You sort of have to know that these are the like the 8 bits to the most significant side and 8 bits on the least significant side. Because, you could have an LSB that is 16 bits and you wouldn't really know, like when you added it to an MSB, you wouldn't really know the final number, which part contributed to it from the MSB and which one part came from the LSB, right? So you have to maybe assign some semantic meaning to this. I guess we did so here. So if it combined the knowledge of this line with this line, it could say, oh, okay, to generate the LSB, we need 8 bits, and it looks like it's coming from the, actually, now that I think about it, we retain these bits anyway, right? So we don't even need that line. We would just write these out. So maybe an encoder is easier than I think. Maybe it's just writing out all the elemental pieces. It would be it's kind of hard to reverse things like look-aheads though, right? You'd have to, like a look-ahead, if a look-ahead was used to make a decision about the flow of the decoder, then what does that teach that the encoder should do? That this might be hard to do. So I might have to like enhance the grammar to also describe how to encode as well, as because right now it's very decoder focused, right? You look ahead 8 bits, and that helps you make the decoder make a decision. Do you break out of the loop or not? For the encoder, the decision is more like, if I have another data block, stay in the loop. If I don't have any more data blocks, then break, and we do the trailer, right? So it's a slightly different kind of loop. That's why, like, it's not immediately obvious to me how to do the encode side, but it would make, like, I could do a lot of it. Just don't know how to do all of it, so it might make a good stretch goal. This is all fine, right? I don't need to change anything here. No warnings, no errors. This still has room for us if we wanted to redraw by a fixed frame rate. We could, and I think I left that code in there. Just have it commented out, right? Yeah, right here. So if we wanted to, let me put that up here. Maybe put a note next to it. If we wanted to keep drawing at some regular interval, this is how we would do it. Right now, I don't plan to have that in the GUI I'm making, but if I use this as a base for future GUIs, then I'd want to have that around. Yeah, it is worth some exploration, I agree. Okay, I think this makes a pretty good base, so what I'm going to do is send this out of the virtual machine, and I'm going to stage a commit, and I'll just commit it later and tag it. So pull from the virtual machine, and let me stage all those changes. Okay, and then quit. That's all I need. Just need to stage. Okay. So run this again, right? So again, it's just going to be hello world with a useless button. But I think next I want to start to make the hex editor widget. Actually, hold on. I need to have like a menu bar, or either a menu bar or be able to drop in a file, because the hex editor needs something to actually draw with. If it works, you have a generic file converter. Oh, if we have encode and decode? Yeah, because you could... Well, yes and no, right? If the decoding produces everything the encoder needs, then yes. But like for this GIF file format, for example, the first pass decoding doesn't do that. It gives you a bunch of data blocks, and you can't use those for anything if you're doing a JPEG encoder. JPEG encoder needs a raw image, so you'd have to do more passes on those data blocks to decrypt them and then apply the color tables to them, and then you'd have the raw pixels. And then you could use those with the encoder. So yeah, in general, a converter would only work if the format describes everything you need to know to get to some intermediate format that's common. But if there are extra passes or phases that you need in either the encoder or the decoder, then it won't quite work. I need to go make some coffee. So I think I'll just leave this on the screen while we do the chair stream. Because this is a nice thing to show kind of what we're doing. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm back. All right. Hopefully you all enjoyed the nice chair stream while I was making the coffee. I have to go back and collect it in a few minutes. All right, so if I want to replace these with my own widgets, how do I do that? I asked ChatGPT how to do this before, and it said the way to do this is to make a struct and then implement the widget trait. And I want to make this reusable outside this app, so I would like to make another member of the workspace called hex editor. All right, which means I'll need another folder called hex editor with, and this is going to be library, so we'll have a cargo from a library with a source, and in the source a lib.rs. Cargo will say it's a hex editor. We don't have dependencies on AST or log, do we? Well, let's keep log, because I might want to like log debugging stuff. Span utilities. Probably don't need any of these. But we'll need eGUI. So let me copy that from GUI. Copy that. Paste. All right. So we're going to have a struct text editor. This is a public struct. And we're going to implement widget for hex editor. Can't type. Okay, widget comes from eGUI. Its members, a member is UI. Oh, that's interesting. ChatGPT told me the widget trait had paint and interact, not UI. So that's, ChatGPT was wrong about that. Anything implement widget can be added to a UI with UI add. You only need to implement widget if you care about being able to do UI add your widget. So ChatGPT says that there should be paint and interact functions. Maybe I should ask. Let's see. I don't see any paint or interact methods of widget in eGUI. I only see a UI method, right? Yeah. And of course, ChatGPT apologizes because he's so nice. You are correct. In eGUI, there is no specific paint or interact method for widgets. Instead, widgets are typically drawn and interacted with directly within the UI closure. If you want to create a custom widget, you need to use the UI object directly to add elements to the UI. Yeah, but how do I do drawing? Right? That should be my next question. In the UI method, how do I do things like, oh, coffee's done. Like draw rectangles or lines? Okay, it says in eGUI you draw shapes like rectangles, lines, and other graphics primitives using the shape API within the UI closure. Okay, well that answers that. Because that's what I want to do. I'm actually just going to take their code exactly and paste it here. Because that's what ChatGPT gave me as an example to draw a rectangle. It said just make a shape with a color, and we don't have color, so let's make a color. Let's make it red or something like that. So color 32. Is there like a new? Or do I just fill it in? Oh, what am I doing? That should just be equal. So is there like a new A additive B from RGB? Let's make it nice and bright green. So 0, 255, 0. Okay, and we're going to return an eGUI response. I don't know. Not sure what we return. I'm not sure what this type is for. Response lets you know whether or not a widget is being hovered, clicked, or dragged. It also lets you easily show a tooltip on hover. When something gets added to a UI, you know, I ran the update. Why does Chromium think that it needs to update? I don't know. A to-do for himself. We should be using bit sets, so many bools. Oh, wow. There's like a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, how do I make one? Do I just have to make... This is public, I guess. I'm supposed to just construct one, I suppose. That's just a lot of fields. Do I really need to fill in all that stuff? It looks like it's wrong about this type, though. Okay, so that had like a rect shape instead. Okay, yeah, see, it wasn't quite right about that. So rect shape doesn't have a corner radius. It has a rounding, which has... I guess we can make a rounding from a number? We can make a rounding from same. Okay, that's weird. I wonder if it's just because it's a new version of things. Hold on. I'm supposed to call new. Okay, that's the difference here. It should be new, this. And it's, instead of corner radius, it's rounding. Into rounding. Use rounding 0 for no rounding. Fill color. Stroke is maybe correct. Rect is maybe correct, but position and size, oh, those were inputs, so I need to define them. It was the vec2, select position equal vec2 new, I don't know, 0 and 0. Size. Hundred by 100. So I'm gonna make a rectangle, all right? It wants floats. It's like, give me floats. I don't know. There's all these things are wrong. Expected one argument, not and found three. Looks like to me there should be four. Oh, but they're all in. Okay, it's all like scrambled and there's no names in front. That's the rect. Rounding, fill color. So it's just these names are gone. Yeah. So ChatGPT is not completely correct, but maybe it was just based off an older version. There is no rect for UI. Okay, how do I make a rectangle? Rectangular region of space. Everything. Nothing. From min max. I just want from position and size, right? That I guess that's from min max. Okay. Didn't like that. Ah, this wants a position, not a vector. Hello, Sina Mobasheri. Not KDE. What is that icon? I can't even tell what that is. We're using eGUI. Trying to learn how to make a custom widget in eGUI. But I'm adapting some ChatGPT code, example code that was wrong. So apparently there's no rect for the painter. Okay, there is, but it needs a bunch of stuff. Oh. Interesting. So that's remarkably similar to what ChatGPT told me originally. So I guess I don't make a shape and call rect with it. I give the parameters for rect to rect. So I just take these then and fill this in here, I guess, and do it that way. So I didn't need to do all the other stuff here. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I don't know what to do for this response thing though. You're in 180p here, so you can't see clearly. I do use a larger font than most other programmers on Twitch. If you're at 160p, you're gonna have a really hard time reading any code from any code programming stream. I think the only time I go down to 160p is if it's an IRL streamer or a game streamer, or I don't really want to look. I'm just listening. Yeah, programming streams, it's going to be really hard to find someone who has a font large enough for you to read at that resolution. What is... I guess it thought I maybe could use the rectangle that I was about to give it, right? I really don't know what to put here for the response of the widget. I'm thinking about cheating and looking at other widget implementations. So, for example, the button, right? We could look at what the button does. So close these, close that, go to info overlay. There's this button, right? How does it work? So it makes a button, which is a widget text. So do they implement widget. Yes, they implement widget. Let's see how they implement widget. So they unpack themselves, do a lot of stuff. In the end, they make a response. But where is that response built from? Oh. So they're leveraging another method of the UI called allocate at least. And they're putting that into a response. Okay, so they're building the stuff, right? Widget info is putting stuff into the response, I guess, right? Yeah, self. Okay, so I got to do all this stuff then, right? 360p is readable? At least with my stream, yeah. Some of the other streams, though, I read it I go at 480p and I still can't read their text. I usually don't stay long in those kinds of streams because, like, if I can't if I can't look at what they're working on, then I have to rely on what they're saying. And yeah, especially if they don't say much, it's like, well, I don't know what they're doing. They're not talking. I try to talk, try to vocalize all my thoughts while I'm working. Although I'll make these long pauses if I'm reading and I'm trying to figure something out. I think button might be too complicated. What if I look at a label, see how labels work? Label. What's the widget implementation of a label look like? They just do a lot more stuff. Like they have this layout. And yeah, this is just doing a bunch of stuff, right? Sense? Like what is this sense thing? Sense. Huh. I guess it's because widget is really not that simple. Well, you're welcome. That's what I want to do. So I'm glad that it is in alignment with something that you want. Even if chat is quiet, yeah. Chat gets quiet when there's not a topic of discussion in chat, I've noticed. And I guess that's fine, although it might not be. I'm undecided on this. I don't know how, I think the perfect stream for me would be I get to work maybe half the time, and the other half of the time I interact with chat. And so chat is not completely silent and not overwhelming, but some kind of in the middle. Monoided, how are you doing? Yeah, this is just like not an easy to understand example. I like need a really simple widget to know what to do. Yeah, like, is there like an intro to how to make a GUI widget? If I just pick a different widget, is there like a really simple one? Like, how about image? Image has got to be super simple, right? You'd think that like there's not much to an image. So where's the implementation of widget for image? Okay, that is much. It fits in one page exactly. Load for size. Okay, that's probably what we want, right? From the available size and the current context, we want to like get a texture pull. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't know what TLR stands for. Texture pulled or load. Oh, texture or load error. I think that's what that is. So the original image size becomes an option because this OK turns a result into an option, right? So it's getting the size of the texture, the original image size. Okay. And then calculate using the available space and the original image size, gets the UI size. Allocate exact size, whatever that was, and there's a sense along with it, which I still don't understand. If it's visible, paint it. Response starts in this allocate exact size. It gets updated in load result response. Oh, cool. We can actually add hover text. That's easy. So it doesn't get updated if we're ready. And I'm just curious to see how these things work. Allocate response, desired size and sense. So we need to have a sense object apparently in our widget. Placer align size within rectangle, desired size, and puts it into the rectangle. Okay. Allocate space. Reserve this much space and move the cursor. Returns where to put the widget. Each widget should have a minimum desired size and a desired size. When asking for space, ask at least for your minimum. Don't ask for more than you need. If you want more space, ask about UI available size and use that. You may get more space than you ask for instance, for justified layouts, like in menus. You will never get a rec that is smaller than the amount of space you asked for. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go get my coffee. Then I'm gonna try to make my hex editor widget do something minimal, like maybe we'll just start with what image does, but instead of painting it, we're gonna draw a rectangle. I'll be right back. Got my coffee. All right. What better way to start something new than to copy from someone else? So copy paste. Okay, so we have this load for size. That's loading an image, right? So I probably don't need that part. Yeah, I think that we don't really need, I think we can shorten this to just UI available size, right? They said like that should be like the max requested or something. Available size, wait a second. It's this one, right? Exactly what you asked for. Where was the one I was just looking at where there was a two sizes? Okay, I guess this is it. If I do allocate response, desired size, and then there's a sense. I don't know what a sense is yet. What sort of interaction is a widget sensitive to? Button, sliders, windows. Sliders, windows, scroll bars. Okay. Why does that matter when allocating the size? Oh, okay. So I guess it's like we get told See, I still don't understand it. It's like very different style. It's more like declarative than it is like um it's like state it's a lot of it's stateless. Ah, okay. I didn't mean to change this. Why am I changing image? Okay, that was bad. I didn't mean to change. Okay, I didn't even mean to save that. Dang it. I'm changing a crate index. This is bad. I should probably blow that away, right? Meant to be changing this. Bad of me. Okay. So what if I do like it was showing? Let's just try the UI exact size for now. Metame, I saw you were streaming earlier, like right before I was starting. How are you? Hope you had a great stream. Hey there, Nightshade dude. I'm trying to figure out how to make a custom widget in eGUI. Kind of like a pure Rust version of IMGUI. And I'm just starting off, I'm trying to make a hex editor when I'm done. I'm just starting off just trying to draw a rectangle. And I think I got the drawing code. And I think now I know we have this response. We don't have to build one ourselves. But I don't quite understand it. And this has to do with how we get our space, and I don't exactly know what to do for this sense. So I think maybe I'm just gonna try to fill one in, maybe? Those are my alternatives. What if I just say, I don't know, click? Since clicks and hover, but not drags. Actually, I kind of want drags too. Click, since drags and hover, but not click and drag. I'm gonna want that, right? Click and drag for the... Okay, in this rectangle, actually, then I don't need to do this stuff, right? I just say, that's my rectangle. Paint in there. So I'm just trying to draw a green rectangle for the hex editor. Gotta run. Okay, see, Metame. Love the chat theme and concept. The chat theme, I'll give a shout out to the author, CM Griffing. You probably know him. Why am I waving? Up there is Stream Parrot made by CM Griffing. You should check out his channel if you haven't already. But seeing as how he's probably a lot more well known than I am, you probably already know him. And if you are a streamer and you don't like your current chat overlay, I'm sure if you ask Chris about it, he will fill you in on how you too can use Stream Parrot. Okay, so minimal. I guess we can delete all the things we didn't use. This should be the minimal that we need to draw a green rectangle, right? So in my info overlay, I'm just going to draw one. I need to make the whole crate dependent on the hex editor that I'm making. So that's hex editor here in the dependency list. And then I should be able to, like, instead of having this label and this button, I should just be able to say, wait, how do I add my own thing? Oh, I do UI.self. So, okay, I need to do something like this, but for my own type. So it would be a hex editor self. UI self, right? And we will import that. And there's no methods to my new right now. Actually, I don't even have a new. So I just do this. Shoot, how do I need to have a UI method. Oops. I do have a UI method. So is it because it's not public? Hold on. What's the deal? I need a trait. I need to use eGUI widget. Now it maybe works. Arguments are not correct. Okay, it found a response. I don't know what to do with that response. I guess we don't do anything with it. It doesn't take self. I feel like I'm not calling this correctly. Let me go back. Copy this and then go forward. So like this is how you do a label, right? How does that work? Oh, it's not self, it would be the UI. Right, so this would be the UI. Okay, let's keep this around in case I need it. Let me try to run this, see what it does. If I did it correctly, I should get a green rectangle in the window. I think it will be a filled green rectangle. We did it, chat. We're done. Okay, now let's say I wanted to make it not filled. I'm not calling rect filled. So what am I calling differently here? Stroke, I guess? Am I doing this wrong? Like, I don't want a filled rectangle. I'm getting a filled rectangle somehow. Is it the fill color should be... Okay, that's probably what it is. The fill color should not be that color. It should be like black. Color. Do they have constants? They do. Black. Actually, can I just not fill it at all? Is there like transparent? Yes, there is. Don't fill in, just stroke the outside. Okay, so let's see what that looks like. There's gonna be a lot of stroking on this stream. I hope you guys don't mind. A lot of rectangle stroking. Hey, look at that. It's not really bright green though, is it? Why is it not bright green? Shouldn't that be the utmost brightest green I can get? That doesn't look very bright to me. And it had nothing to do with the fill color. It's a U8, right? So the max should be 255. Okay, what if I do like green? Light green. What is that actually? Oh, that's a mixture of other colors. So I really want, well, what does light green look like? Maybe that's the problem. Pure green doesn't look bright. You have to do light green to make it look bright, right? I'm not so good with colors. Oh, it also might be that the way we're drawing it, the colors are getting kind of messed up. Yeah, I remember this. Like, if the color is being interpreted as an ARGB versus an RGB. But when we made this green, it did look pretty bright, right? As long as you don't have a stroke while stroking. I think the fill color is actually brighter than the boundary color. So if I made this like a 10 pixel wide stroke, like a super stroke, how many times can I use the word stroke? I think we'll see a difference in color between the fill and the boundary. No, not that at all. Unless turn this back to transparent. I should have first made sure that the stroke width is that first number. Hello, am I familiar with Spring Boot, a Java framework? Not at all. Sorry. I haven't touched Java in like 15 years. Color correction a thing? Could be. Also, I notice it seems brighter with a larger width. I wonder if it has to do with anti-aliasing of color. You know, like if it's smaller than a pixel and it's smaller than a device pixel, it'll actually like blend it with the black around it, if that makes sense. Yeah, see how it's just as wide as it was before, only it's brighter because I used 2 for the stroke width. But if I use a 1, I wish this would compile faster so we could see it run faster. But I think with a stroke size less than 2, it's just making it dimmer because it's mixing it with the black around it. Exactly what Crimson Dawn just said. Okay. Then we'll go with 2, and we're just playing around here, right? If I want some rounding, how would I do that? So they have it's rounding same. Let's try that. Same 5.0. Like resolution scaling, yeah. I just want to see a rounded rectangle. Oh, look at that. A nice rounded rectangle for a hex editor. All right. So fundamentally, what I need in the text editor is I need to draw text hexadecimal and then ASCII. I really like the old school hex editors where they add an extra space between 7 and 8. So I'm going to add that. And so we're going to be mostly drawing just like hexadecimal digits across the screen, along with these offsets on the left. And I'm not really a fan of the column offsets, but I guess they don't hurt. It does help with the eye. You can see that that's 505, right? Although, why did they put a extra zero in front? I don't know. Maybe just to look nice. But so I guess should I just start with the offset column, right? And then I want to make it so that it actually has a scroll bar in it, because what we want to do is we want to be able to draw a header that's always there, but then the scroll bar, like the content is actually scrolled. So I need to figure out how to like add a scroll bar into my control. And then like I'd like to know how to have it retain state. That's a tricky one, right? Because the way it's coded right now, it has no state. It's consumed, right? So I have to learn how it is that we can like stash things into the context of this UI. I think that's how it works. So I probably need to look at something like a slider, right? Well, we're gonna want one anyway. Why don't I just add a slider? Let me see if I can mutate this rectangle and like take the right side of the rectangle. I guess that would be from your perspective right here. If it was right here, and like push it back a little to make room for the scroll bar right here. We're getting there with expand, but it's like, I want to contract it, actually, not expand it. We could set the right, I guess. That'd be the simplest. So this would be rect.right minus 20 dot 0. I'm only making these small steps because I need an excuse to drink my coffee. Compiling takes just long enough for me to take a swallow. Okay, so exactly. Now let's try to put a slider there. I think all I need to do is just say UI.slider, right? Or scroll or something. Okay, I don't know what it's called. One of these. Not spinner. You know, it'd be better to find this stuff is the manual. Close these ones I don't need anymore. We're done with Lua for now. Let's keep that one. Lawler pop. I'll keep that one open. Logos, Lawler pop. Sometimes I mention what those are. Okay, I guess we're opening a new tab. For EGUI. Okay, so slider or scroll bar. Scroll bar? Oh, I saw something just now. It's a V scroll. That enables vertical scrolling. Bar? Menu bar. Area? I mostly just want to have the widget and be able to control it directly. But maybe that's not the design of this thing. I can ask ChatGPT. How do I add a vertical scroll bar inside my own custom eGUI widget? Question mark. I'm polite with ChatGPT. I always end in a question mark. Adding a vertical scroll bar inside your custom eGUI widget involves a few steps. Keep track of scroll state, draw the scroll bar, use the shape API to draw the scroll bar inside your widget. The scroll bar typically consists of a track and a handle. So it wants me to just draw it manually. Unless shape has draw scroll bar. No, this is the very low level primitive. So I'd like draw a rectangle with a smaller rounded rectangle in it, right? Yeah, so they're just doing this. I'll copy it so you can see it. They're like, draw the scroll bar like this. So they computed a track rect and a handle rect somewhere else. Oh no, they did it right there. Okay, then let me ask it a more useful question right now. How do I keep state for a custom eGUI widget? Okay, so they say to keep state, you define a struct that holds the necessary state and methods to interact with an update with that state. Oh, I see. So instead of just implementing UI, they have a paint that interacts with UI. So they don't actually implement the widget trait at all. Huh. So what's the benefit of, okay, let me ask it what that example doesn't implement the widget trait. What are the disadvantages of that? You're correct. The example I provided doesn't implement the widget trait. Implementing the widget trait will allow you to integrate your custom widget into the layout system of eGUI more seamlessly, making it behave like other built-in widgets in terms of layout and interaction. Not implementing the widget trait has some disadvantages: layout and interaction behavior. They behave more. Widgets that implement the widget trait will behave more like built-in widgets in terms of layout and interaction handling. They will participate in the layout system automatically and handle events without need to manually manage them. If your custom widget doesn't implement the widget trait, it may require special handling or code to integrate with other widgets in your UI. It could lead to inconsistencies. It's less reusable. Without implementing the widget trait, your custom widget may be less reusable across different projects. That said, there may be cases where implementing the widget trait is not necessary or even desirable. So the way I'm using this now, right, is in my info overlay. I'm always making a new one and then doing that because that's how this worked, right? UI.label always made a new label and then called UI on itself. Right? So basically it's stateless. The state is actually passed in. So I can keep state in the hex editor struct itself. What I'm worrying about is like, sure, it implements the UI trait, but that UI trait is really small, right? It's just this method called UI. I guess it has to do with this response. Right now, I'm ignoring it. And then like label also ignores, oh no, it returns it. So what are we doing with that response? I guess it's just, it's tossing it, right? When would we use that response? I'll ask ChatGPT again. The UI method of the widget trait returns a response value. What is the purpose of this value and how should it be used? Okay, the UI says the UI method of the widget trait in GUI returns a response. It provides information about how the widget interacted with the user input during the frame. The purpose of the response value is to allow you to gather information about the widget's interaction with the user. Okay, so it like tells us things like if we were inside the widget at all, like the rect field. There's a bounding box of the interactive part of the widget. Interaction feedback. It provides information about how the widget responded to the input. The response value can be used to conditionally perform actions based on the interaction. Oh, I see. It's more useful with button because you can ask the response if it was clicked. So we would be able to say things like clicked if the hex editor was clicked. Now I get it. So it's like a uniform integration layer between different kinds of widgets. They all generate response, and then you can generally know how to use a widget at the API level. Like if it's a clickable widget, it'll have clicked return true. I see. Changed, clicked, double clicked, dragged, hovered. Okay, I got it. Is tooltip open, labeled by. Okay, I get it now. So the hex editor, what is it? I guess that would be, we would want to know clicked, right? But I guess we'd also want to be able to get from it like more information about exactly what byte was clicked, right? So I suppose that goes beyond the scope of this response type. And I didn't need to use that, right? It's not marked must use. Okay. So I'm on my own with the slider. And if I want it to maintain state, then I should put it here, right? Hex editor. So I'd have to make a hex editor. So let's make a new method, and then this will be self.hexEditorUI. That doesn't consume. Oh, it does consume it. Well, wait. That's only because no, the widget does require that. Well, wait. Let me go back to when I asked it about the widget trait. Okay, so if you make a custom widget and you want state to be stored in it, you can't use it with the widget trait. Let me ask that specifically about ChatGPT. If I want to make a custom widget in eGUI that implements the widget trait, where can I store the state of the widget, since the UI method of widget consumes self, meaning I have to make a new instance of my widget every draw call. Okay, what is it going to say to that? Okay, what it says is if you want to create a custom widget that implements the widget trait in eGUI, and you need to persist state across frames, you can achieve this by using external state manager such as rcrefs tell your state or rcommutex your state. So I see. They break it into two structures. One that has a reference to a cell of where the state really is, and that thing is what implements widget by every time you make a new one, you give it a handle to the actual state. And it's interesting is that their UI method like doesn't destroy self, which is weird. Why would they do that? They didn't actually implement the widget trait. Oh, okay, no, they say to use it. Then you no, that still doesn't implement. Let me see that example. I'll just say in your last example, there was no implementation of the widget trait. You're correct, and I apologize for that oversight. In the last example, I provided a pattern for managing state using rcref cell, but I didn't include an actual implementation of the widget trait. To create a custom widget that implements the widget trait, you would need to integrate into the UI closure and handle interactions appropriately. So they still have a custom widget whose state is in a rcref cell. Okay, and then they do implement the widget trait, but it's still wrong because it takes a mutable reference to cell. So it's just not getting it's just not getting it. It doesn't see the trait that's looking like this. It sees here, I'll show you guys what it's doing. I don't, maybe was it a different version of eGUI that did this? But it says to implement like this. I'm like, well, but no, that we can't do. It's a new state every time. I think I see how I would do it in that since the trait really is that, we would make a widget which is just has a new handle every time to where the state is. And then when we tell it to UI itself, it goes and borrows that shared state and uses it to draw into this UI and generate a response. But then the widget is disposable, right? Oh, looks, there's a tip here. Okay, so that's more like what ChatGPT was getting at, right? Except for, like, they say you would implement it on a mutable reference, so it would be like that. And then you'd have self, but self would be a mutable reference, right? So that's probably what I should do to avoid the having to have two different objects with the ref cell, right? Because self is a reference now, I don't have to do this, right? Right, I wouldn't make a new widget every time. I would just use an existing widget and just get a mutable reference to it. Okay, let's try that. So here, we're going to implement it on mutable reference to widget, to a hex editor. Okay. What? Say what? Oh, that was always a mistake there. That was always a mistake. Okay. Now, the way I would use it is back in my info overlay. I would just have one. Oh, I need to have a new close some of these things that are in the way. A new for this, so actually I go back and forth on this, but I'm thinking that like the custom methods of a type should be first, and then the trait implementations should be next. I keep going back and forth on it, but this right today now here and now seems the most appropriate. Hex editor is the widget. Okay. Indeed, must use. Oh, have a default? That's not the must. We should have a must use, right? But we should also implement default. Actually, can the quick fix do that for me? It can. Look at that. All right, so then back here, the way I would use it is I would do, yeah, exactly that, right? And that only works because I change. So if I put that back to that, it's not going to work. It's going to be that it can't move it out, right? So by doing that trick, now we can hold our own state. Cool. So the hard parts, right? I want a scroll bar. Do I just want to keep it simple? Actually, you know what I'd like to do is take a glance at the eGUI built-in scroll bar and see how it's done. I wonder if it's in a class we can leverage. So that's there's a link to their to his web demos, right? And like he's got a scroll bar here. I wonder if I could just steal that. It's also like yeah. It really isn't that much a bigger deal than two rectangles and one where if we hover over it, it draws in a lighter color, right? Okay, I have another thought. If this is like a built-in thing that we could leverage, and I want to do something like the text editor does now, where when you scroll, there's a fixed portion, then I can actually split this widget into two pieces. One that's the fixed portion and one that's the scrollable portion, and the scrollable portion could be inside of something that adds scrolling. If I learn how to make something scrollable. So maybe that's what I should do first. Try to figure out how, like, in here to make this, wrap this in something that's scrollable. So maybe this scrolling demo shows me how to do it. Let's go to source code. Scrolling. Is this it? Scroll area? This has got to be it, right? Scroll area. For argument's sake, you could use default components until they start getting in the way. Right, so the default component, you mean like something like scroll area, right? Crimson Dawn, you're saying you don't think you're supposed to call the UI method manually. The problem is that the way that where is it? Okay, I had it here before. Put it back. So like, this is the way they teach you how to do a label. But if you look at that internally, it calls the UI method on itself. So when you say you don't think you're supposed to call the UI method manually, then my response is, who's supposed to call it then? Because we're calling it indirectly by calling label on the UI itself, and we can't add a method to UI. So the only way I can see this actually working the way the built-ins work is we're supposed to call UI on ourselves manually. I can't think of another way. But I'd be glad to stand corrected if there's a way to like if like you would think that there'd be like a custom or something, right? And then I could pass this, maybe. Then it would look like we're doing a label, only it's a custom, and we just pass it like a something that implements the widget trait or something, like we do a dine or something. I don't know. Actually can't think of what the format is for that, but there is no such method called custom that I could find. So I just looked and saw, well, how do the built-ins work? And they're like, oh, they just calls UI on the label passing self. I'm like, okay. That's the same thing as doing that. So yeah, I think we want scroll area then, right? Scroll area. That's what I was looking for, and I guess I didn't see it before. Okay. Add vertical or horizontal scrolling to a contained UI. Yeah, exactly. So that means I want my hex editor to be kind of like two things in it. A fixed portion at the top, maybe, and maybe we add that later. But really, it should be independent of the user of the hex editor. You should be able to plop a hex editor down anywhere you want. And that's the other thing is the client should dictate how big it is. Right now, it's dictating how big it is by itself. I need to fix that. How do we set how big things are for things like, okay, label itself, it creates its own size based off of how much it needs. But like one of these, let's look at one of these other, I guess I got to go back. It's like where's one of these that has like a definite size? How come I can't resize this thing? Okay, so like a plot. How do we set the size of a plot? Why did that not go anywhere? Huh. Weird. Oh. Oh, I accidentally closed it. Recently closed. Go back. There we go. Hey there, Chalmega. Sad news. I'm out of coffee. So I guess I could look at... Plot didn't show up on the list though, right? Was it called something else? Implemented and unit tested the entire RISC-V RV32L, or was that I? Base instruction set. Nice. Hope you had fun doing that. Or how about I take this? And is there a source code link here? No. I just don't know what the type of this thing is. See, this is something where like like here definitely it's only, whoa. It's only using the size that we gave it. I want to see how that's done. I guess that's the widget gallery. We just scroll down to the bottom, find the plot. Here it is. Example plot. Okay, we actually told it its height. And it's in another crate called eGUI plot. Okay, that makes sense. So they have like an extra crate for it. Wait, what? What's then, is that imported? Is that an import from somewhere? Hold on. Is that just part of the demo? Yeah, where's this plot anyway? Huh. Crates. So how come that didn't show up in the list? Am I just not typing it right? Some reason it doesn't show up in the list. See what Jill Mega's talking about. That's cool. That's a nice, compact set of instructions. Okay, I don't know why eGUI plot doesn't show up as its own crate, but I guess it does exist. Is it that libs doesn't have it, but crates does? Yes. Okay, for some reason it's not in lib. Why not though? It just doesn't show up for some reason. Okay, anyway, if I had found the source code for it anyway, I just kind of want to look and see how it works. Only problem is it's very big, really, really big. The example showed, can we get back to that? Can't. Clicking here, right? Showed a height. Thing is, I can't click on that and get anywhere, so I have to like open up another window, go to crates, eGUI plot, click on it. Okay, there is documentation. Okay, good. We're here. We found it. So plot. So it has a height. How does that work? By default, it will fill in the UI. If you set aspect, it can be calculated. So how does it work? Oh, that's cool. So yeah, it has a min size and it probably defaults to available, right? But then you can override it to shrink it. So, because I'm thinking I'll use that where the default hex editor will be, it just consumes all the available, but then you can constrain it. So that means the default is a min size is a default. Okay, there's like a default. Wait, that's the minimum, right? So where's that used? Search for min size. Here we go. Show dyn. Ooh. Huh. I don't grasp why the function actually draw is different in a lot of these widgets. Like, and what are we using a build function for? Oh, is that building the data to be plotted or something? I guess. Because here's where the magic is, right? This is what I expected to see. That it's either give an explicit width, or it might, if there's some aspect ratio and some height, then it calculates the width from the height and the aspect ratio. Otherwise, it uses the available space. And this before wrap is new to me. Before wrap. But then it doesn't at least the minimum. This might be an example thing to keep open because it's got like example calculations for like when dividing its area into smaller pieces. Shrink rect. I was looking for shrink before. So you can shrink by a rectangle, I guess. Wow. I feel like I'm out of my league when it comes to eGUI. I'm trying to make a custom widget, and like the way that it's doing all this is like way over my head. So yeah, how do we know if we're dragged by, or how do they get their response? Let's see. So they get it when they just allocate rect. So I guess that means we'll know if we're being dragged if allocate rect tells us so. It looks like it. Okay. There's a lot of stuff for me to figure out and do. But the first thing was we could use the scroll area, right? Don't need that. Actually, I did want that. That was my placeholder for like a Rust manual. We need to look at the Rust manual. Okay, scroll area. See, it doesn't act like a widget either. I wonder if I does it matter? Do I need to implement the widget trait if none of these other widgets do? ChatGPT said it has some advantages in layout and stuff, so I guess I'll keep it. But yeah, this like scroll area isn't a widget. Okay, so anyway, that means inside. So right now the hex editor just uses all the available space, so I can change that later. But here, this. Curious to see how this actually works. Allocate response. Allocate space. Oh, it has an interact. Interact. Okay. Oh. So when you give it a rectangle, it tells you if there was any interaction with it. So I can allocate a response for my scroll bar when it comes time to do that. Right? Okay. Right now it's the whole window though. Okay. I think I got it. So maybe I don't. Maybe I need to stop and think. scrollable area. Let's make a scrollable area. I guess we have to draw something first, right? So let's get rid of this stuff. This is just a test. So we have like a rectangle around our whole thing. That was just a test width, but we'll keep it just to show that we're not scrolling the area inside or outside. We're scrolling some area inside. I guess that means I want to draw 2 rectangles. So we first draw one rectangle out here. And then next we're going to draw like, we're going to have a scrollable area. So that was scroll area vertical. Show. UI. And then this is something that takes the UI and draws something in it. And this Alt F4 stream. Hello, Raiders. How's your stream? I assume it's black glasses. It could be a Tota. After all, you are a streaming duo, and it's not always obvious who exactly streamed me or raided me. We raid. Hiya. I'm trying to figure out how to make a custom widget in eGUI today. So it's an immediate mode GUI library for Rust, kind of like I am GUI. Let me show you what I have so far. If I can go to the correct window when I hit that key combination, I can do target debug GUI. If I spell it right. So right now, we're just painting a nice green rounded rectangle that automatically sizes. So the next thing I was going to do was like try to add a scroll bar and have another rectangle that like scrolls up and down. I'm trying to learn the basics on how to make a custom widget. So I have a functional custom widget, but all it does is draw a green rectangle. Okay, see ya. I know, usually when we raid, we have to go, so that's fine. You don't have to stick around. OT Official, how you doing? If you want to know about the larger project I'm working on, I have a little cheat sheet here. Terminology. So it's a general purpose decoder that we can program to decode any format using a custom language I made up and making a graphical user interface for it. So I kind of want to make hex editor on one side, tree view on the right side, and the tree view shows you what the data means, and you can click on anything in there and it'll show you the matching bytes. Kind of like if you've ever used Wireshark, you can click on the bytes in a packet and it shows you what those bytes mean, or vice versa. You can click on a packet and click on a field of the packet and it shows you what it looks like in the bytes. So I have this main specific language that's describing how to format data. And it's kind of like a combination of a structure and a function. So it defines data structurally, but it can include things like loops and if statements to kind of guide a path through the structure when you're decoding it. So for example, GIF starts with a header that has like a fixed 24-bit signature and version. But when it gets into this loop, it means that it has to like look ahead 8 bits. And if it's a 3B, when we're done, otherwise we have to parse a data block and loop back and continue. So we can have 0 or more data blocks. We have exactly one header, logical screen, and trailer, right? So this still should be runnable, yeah. So here's an example GIF file, GIF89A. You can see it pulls apart the signature version and all that stuff. Go all the way to the end, and the last byte is a 3B, which is the trailer byte. And it has, in the middle of the file, consumes 61 data blocks. In GIF, a data block is either like an application extension or it could be a picture. And there are multiple pictures, of course, because this is a lull slide, not just one lull. And there are other information in there like how fast the animation should go. So in the end, I hope to have like this in one side, and on the other side, like it should show like all 61 data blocks, and I should be able to click it and it should say, well, this is a picture. And a stretch goal would be it actually draws that picture in a little window somewhere. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well too, Otzi Official. So that's a little rundown of what I'm doing. I'm trying to do this in IEM GUI again. So it's a combination of different libraries we're using. I linked eGUI earlier, but we're using WInit, which I don't have a command for, but I should probably make one. It's just a basic window interface in Rust, and everything is drawn by the GPU using WGPU. And there are integration libraries between all of these. So if you look at the GUI project, it's Cargo Toml. We're using eGUI, but then we're using WGPU, so we have to have that integration layer. And our window comes from WInit, so we have to have that integration layer, which means we need WGPU and WInit themselves. In addition to the other things like all the parsing that we have to do. So yeah, I was just trying to add a scrollable area. So the idea would be that just like the custom, or just not custom, but just like the hex editor plugin you can get for VS Code, that I should be able to scroll through a file here. And if I want, maybe have a fixed area at the top that has like a header, and the scroll bar should scroll the actual content here. So that means I might want to have a header. I definitely want a scrollable area with a scroll bar. And so I'm trying to figure out the scrolling part right now. So I think it has to do with making a scroll area vertical. And then inside we say, how do we draw the thing inside? So here, I think I just want to replicate some of the same code I have out here and just paint a different colored rectangle. Only the scrollable area should be bigger. It should be bigger, I think. I don't know how to actually tell it that. So I maybe need to look back at the manual here. So you can add widgets here. I guess you just add one that's bigger, right? So how would I do that? Do I just do allocate? I guess that's what I do. I'm going to allocate a much bigger. So we're going to take like the available size and maybe make it like 5 times as tall. And we'll draw, how about we'll draw a red rectangle within that. And, oh, I also want to put a margin around this. So I did that here, right? Yeah, with this inner margin, frame inner margin, right? Oh, that's a method of panel, so I can't use that. Inner margin is for a frame. So can I just kind of leverage some of this code? Like this margin? How does this work? Okay, I guess I can't. Not immediately obvious to me. So maybe what I just do is I take this rectangle and I mutate it, and I just like shrink it down to like a much smaller area. And this doesn't need a sense right now. Does it? Actually it does, and this one doesn't. Can I do sense none or something? Sense none? I don't know. How do I like say I don't need a sense? How does this sense class work anyway? Hover, focus non-interactable. Senses no clicks or drags, but can be focused with the keyboard. Used for labels that could be focused, okay. I mean, I guess I just make one of these that has all false, or yeah, there's no default version of it. Oh, hover. I think that's what I want, hover. Hover. Okay, so this I need to expand, right? So let mute rect equal the available size, and we're gonna put rect here. Get rect. I want to expand the size, like expand. It's in here somewhere. Oh, it's a vec2. It's not a true rectangle. So it's to the vertical element of that. It's dot one, dot y. What is it? How do I operate in this? Oh, it's just a dot y. So like multiply that by 5 or something. So this should make an area that's vertically 5 times as tall as the available space, right? This is to exercise the scroll bar. Hi there, McNets. How are you doing? And that's what we're going to use we're allocating the size for this what we're scrolling, right? But I want to paint something in the middle somewhere. So what I'll do is I'll make a slightly smaller rectangle. So let's say rect dot, can I make a subset of it? Shrink maybe? I just don't have a lot of experience with this thing. Shrink by some amount in either direction, keeping the center. Oh, in each direction. I don't want to shrink in each dimension. I don't know how to work with this. This is eGUI. It is multi-platform. In fact, it's also demoable as a web. Where is it? Shoot. I guess I'll open up another window to show you. Just look up eGUI and click on their GitHub, and then you click to run the web demo, and yeah, it runs in the browser. It's an immediate mode GUI, which means that like everything is like draw this, draw that in a recipe, like from top to bottom. So it has advantages and disadvantages. I like it because it's multi-platform, because it only depends on something to draw it, and it gives you a list of triangles and textures, and if you have something that can draw that, then you can use it. And I'm using under that to draw all the stuff. I'm using WGPU, which is another Rust library, which is also portable, which uses the web GPU API, and that works on all the major OSs and WebAssembly, just like eGUI. So super cool stuff, super cross-platform. I can do all this on Linux, and it runs on Windows or Mac or Linux or the web. I just had to like learn how to work with these things. So that's plot, that's that area. Okay, so I guess I can look here. Can I like look at rect? How do I apply it on a rect? I kind of want to just like move its top down and its bottom up. That's what I really want to do. Oh, I also need to make pull in the margin of it. I don't know how to do this. Oh, I'm still in scroll area. I want to be in rect. I want to get rect. So just manually manipulate the min and max. Why not, right? So min dot x plus equals 10. And max.x minus equal min.y. Let's make that equal to rect. Is there like a height? Yeah, here we go. We'll make it. Actually, we'll put it at. Let's pre-calculate it. Let inner height equal rect height like divided by 5. So to make it like it should fit. Well, actually, let's divide by something a little bit bigger than 5. Because I want the red rectangle I'm drawing to be smaller than the green one. And if we took the available space and multiplied by 5 to allocate the space, then I'm going to divide by more than 5, right? So let's make this also add 10. Actually, I kind of want it to be in the middle somewhere. So that would be like, let's have it equal to the middle. So height, inner height, no. Let's get another variable. Outer height. And this is outer height. So I can say the minimum is outer height minus inner height over 2, right? And the maximum is that plus to kind of center it, right? And then we paint a green, no, the outer was green. Oh, why do I have a color here? I just plug it straight in there. Same thing here. I don't know why I made that separate. Okay. So we're painting a green rectangle around the whole thing. And then we're making a scrollable area in, I guess, in the same area. Actually, I don't want to make it slightly smaller. This might actually scroll. This actually might paint over the green rectangle if I'm not too careful. Like, I don't know where it's going to draw the scroll bar. Should I just give this a try? What's the worst that could happen? This should be max. So this doesn't return me a response, does it? It does not. So if I wanted an overall response to the hex editor, I'd have to get it from somewhere. Right now it's getting it from this one here, right? What's wrong with multiplying it by 5? Because it's not a float. Yeah, so I'm not using that response at all. So actually another question would be like, how do I merge these two responses? I don't know. Let's just see what it does. It's still running somewhere? Yeah, close it. Cargo run GUI. Using the Uno platform. What's that? Uno platform. .NET apps, huh? It's taking a long time to load. Ooh. Look at that. So it's multi-platform. That's cool. So on like platforms that aren't Microsoft, does it run mono? Or is it are we at to where are we in the state of running C# on non-Microsoft platforms? Is it all like in open source now, or do you have to like run something like mono, which has a like a fork of .NET? Where's my window? Put it here. Okay, I see the scroll bar. It's way down there though. Oh, I see what happened. we reserve space for our rectangle, and then it moved. It like wanted to lay out the next thing below it. So I have to like tell it to like go back up and not consider their space reserved, I guess. So I guess I don't allocate space for it, or what? The .NET is multi-platform now. Start with .NET Framework. Did they move the WPF into the multi-platform open source? Because that was one big sticking point. If you had something written in WPF like this thing that I'm gonna port, you know, use framework element from system Windows controls, like that wasn't very portable. So like you could run it with Silverlight, right? Stuff that uses WPF, but it like you couldn't run it with Mono. Like, and the XAML stuff was really advanced, right? You can use WPF multi-platform with Avalonia. Okay, so that's a fork or a reverse engineered clone of it, I guess. Yeah, Silverlight was Microsoft's like web version of WPF, where you would describe it was a declarative UI. You would describe it in an XML format, and the Silverlight engine would render it. Well, it wasn't exactly Flash. It was Microsoft's alternate competitor to Flash, right? But it used the same underpinnings as WPF, which I liked. Where am I? I'm lost. I don't know why I'm here. How did I get to this project? We're done with that project. Oh, because I was on a different workspace. Okay. That's why. All right, so I learned something that when we allocate size in order to paint a rectangle, now this thing is going to allocate more size, and it's going to go below the first one because that's how it works. So is the way to do this that we get yeah, how does this work? How do I like paint a subsection? I guess I could see how buttons works or something like label. Layout in UI. There we allocate the size. Hold on a sec. Did the cat recognize it? Our dog came back from the groomer and she's like a different dog. She probably only weighs half of what she weighed going in. That much fur got trimmed away. Okay, actually, you know what I'd like to look at is that grid stuff again. The plot stuff. Like at some point here, they allocate space, right? Yeah, this is way too complicated though. Okay, there's allocate rectangle there. But how do you draw stuff within that? Maybe I can get some help from UI? Allocate rect. Allocate specific part of the UI. Ignore the layout of the UI. Just put my widget here. The layout cursor will advance to pass this rect. Okay, so how do I like allocate within a rectangle? Is it add? Okay, I should go to the top of this. How do I work with the UI? This is what you use to place widgets. Represents a region of the screen with a type of layout, horizontal or vertical. We add, we do a label, we do a horizontal. Okay. It says normally you don't use this correctly, but maybe inside a custom widget, this is what I would do, right? I would clone the context. I would make a new UI within the rectangle that I allocated. Maybe use a UI layout. What I wanted to do is I've allocated some space, right? I've allocated some space and I drew a rectangle in it. Now I want within that to do more. I think what I want to do is I want now a UI within that space. Let UI equal UI. How come I'm not getting help? UI, because it's not used yet. New. So I think I just want to take that context, which I don't have. Yeah, where is this context? Is this the UI.context? Yes. Clone it. Probably. Layer ID. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Default. Background, debug, new. I don't know what to put here. Can I ask the UI what layer it's on? Yeah, sure, there we go. Ask it what its current layout. ID, I don't know. What am I supposed to fill in for these things? Is this what I actually want? Child UI? I think this is actually what I want, right? Yeah. Good thing I saw that, huh? UI.child UI. Yes, with that rectangle we just made. And we get to define a layout. Top to bottom? Or centered and justified? Doesn't really matter, right? Top down. Horizontal alignment. Left. Mutable. Okay. I get one back out, right? Yes, so I have to do that. Okay, let's see what that does. I'm mostly experimenting, seeing what I can get away with, not really understanding what I'm doing, because there is no tutorial out there that walks you through this. I wonder if that means I should make one. Oh, look, I got a scroll bar. Scrolling doesn't do anything. Oh, because we're not using the state of the scroll bar? See, my scroll bar also needs to kind of be moved in. We have to apply that margin is what I need to do. So we need to like shrink it. Let's say let rect equals rect dot shrink 5 pixels. Then I have to figure out how to actually how the drawing works within this. Yeah, see? Oh, we got a scroll bar. See that? Got a scroll bar. It's not drawing my red rectangle inside the. Also the hello world, we're still printing that. We don't really need that, right? I can get rid of that. I keep bringing it back, so let me comment it out in case I want to bring it back. Okay, now I got to figure out how do we how are we painting? How do we paint that? Obviously, the scroll area is not like the state of the scroll bar isn't being applied to the to this. So I guess I got to look at how scroll area works. Back a little bit. We were looking at scroll area before. Here we go. Scroll to an element using scroll. Okay, but how does this actually work? Shouldn't it just automatically work? So maybe I'm just not constructing this correctly. Maybe I should like print this out. DBG. Okay, so the available space 758 by 570. It doesn't change when we scroll. That's the problem. If I make this squarish, yeah, so the scroll position isn't being taken into account. Thing is, like, it shouldn't, right? This should be the whole area. So when I allocate that exact size, maybe I should be printing out what this is. Uno takes a Win UI 3 project and transpiles it to Linux, Android, iOS, Mac Catalyst, and Wasm. That's cool. Maybe use UI layout, having Java swing flashbacks. Is there an eGUI plot example in the GitHub repo? Yeah, there is. So it's here. No. It's here. And this, okay, I'll have to open it, but then go back. It's in this widget gallery. Oh, you were saying there is one, yes. But in here it was very simple. So this like example plot. And that's where I chased down like what the height did and all that. And I saw that it just adjusts how much space it allocates, right? So but when I went into like the actual implementation of plot, there's just way too much stuff here for me to understand. It's like thousands of lines of code. Well, maybe not thousands, but enough. So I kind of got lost in there. Oh, that's interesting. So the rectangle, when I scroll all the way to the bottom, is like very large negative number to the size of the window. Okay, so does that mean I need to actually draw like in a fixed position? I am drawing in a fixed position, right? I'm always drawing in the middle-ish. I'm drawing here. So let's move the debug, show where I'm actually drawing it. Where am I drawing this red rectangle, right? So it's always drawing it in the fixed position. Maybe that's the problem. It's drawing it off screen. So what does that tell me? That the scroll bar is really moving the rectangle up and down. You did dark mode with Java Swing a few years back. So simple, not so simple back in 2009. I think the complexity of things moves around. This doesn't seem simple to me anymore. This doesn't seem any more simple to me than WPF did back in the day. It is just something to be learned, and then you either use a combination of your memory and knowing where to look in the manual and looking at other things you already wrote and just leveraging them. So right now I'm just trying to get the concept of where do I draw my rectangle? Right now it's always drawing it in the same place and we never see it because I think it's always drawing it off the bottom somewhere. So like if I just hacked this to draw it at like say 100 to like 200 to like 300, I think we'll see it and the scroll bar won't move it. So I think it's like where I'm used to drawing things within a scroll bar in a fixed spot and see now when I drag this, it's not going to move, right? So the scroll bar doesn't change the area that we're seeing. It's actually moving the inner rectangle up and down. So I'm really struggling to try to remember how do I think about this in a way that, so the coordinates obviously need to adjust based off of where the top of the outer rectangle is, right? This rectangle. And this being always a constant. It would help me again if I could see that rectangle again. And not this one. Work compiler. Okay, so when we're at the top, it's like you would expect. The rectangle, top left corner is up here, and the bottom left corner is like 5 times the size of it's like way below here. If I scroll to the bottom, now the rectangle, the bottom right corner is there, but the top left is way off the top. I know what it is. So like I'm computing the coordinates of where to draw inside this rectangle, but I actually, when I draw, I need to convert those coordinates to the outer. So I have to basically add the origin of the scrollable area to what I'm. So I have to add to the min. Well, I have to offset the rectangle by the top left coordinate of the outer rectangle, right? I think. Let's see what it does if I do that. So it would be rect dot offset or move. What do you think the method is? So which projects would I recommend for intermediate that includes a ton of logic? You're thinking about compilers, but these things are hard. You need something a bit easier than compiler. How about an interpreter? An interpreter is what I'm making essentially. It's something that does the lexing and the parsing, but instead of doing the code gen, it can just do something simple like print out the abstract syntax tree or something like that, or walk like what well. So maybe this isn't easier than a compiler. So what would be easier than a compiler? I guess it depends on what you're interested in. Yesterday I gave I thought was a good example. Automata. Okay, that's another good example. So let's come up with some good examples then. So the example I came up with yesterday was a CLI, command line interface. So basically a little program that does something that you maybe find interesting, like maybe it prints out the first 100 prime numbers or something like that, and then you would learn how to actually make a command line interface in the first place. So how do you work with command line arguments, how you print output. So the other one is an automata. I think the very first thing that you should look at for an automata would be like, what was it? Game of Life, right? It was someone's Game of Life. Can't remember. Game of Life. Conway's Game of Life. Stop. Just plot and then start. Oh, I didn't make it interesting. That should make it blow up, right? Oh, and it did. So Conway's Game of Life is an example of cellular automata that has very simple rules, but you can get some interesting results out of it. So it's iterative. You generate each frame from the previous frame by applying a set of very simple rules to every cell, and then you plot it. So you get an exercise in how to plot a 2D data structure, how to apply a set of rules to every cell, and the drawing and the rules are very simple. So that's a great example. Make a game of life. You pick your favorite environment. So it could be on the web. It could be like I'm doing with WGPU, or you could use your favorite operating system's favorite UI framework. It doesn't really matter. You could even do it in text. You could just, it uses maybe like a terminal control to like clear the screen between each frame, and then you just dump a whole bunch of lines of text. So you actually need to deal with a large code base. You're just thinking about compilers, parsers, computer graphics. You only have experience with parsers. You actually need to deal with a large code base. You're just thinking about compilers, parsers, or computer graphics. You only have experience with parsers. Then I don't know what to tell you. I'm not sure what you're looking for. But those are two easier than compiler examples of what an intermediate programmer project, like for fun and for education, might embark upon. Okay, so yeah, what's the method of rect that like moves it? I was thinking offset or move, but neither of those is correct. Back to the manual we go. Rect. Get rect, right? It's not expand. Shift, maybe? There's shrink, top. Why is there no like method called like move or offset or something like that? Expand? No. Translate. It's called translate. Translate. And it gives us a new rectangle, so I got to do let rect equal rect translate. Okay, the amount is in a vector 2. Um, 0, and then, no, I want to move it a little bit over. Actually, when we allocate spaces within a scroll area, the margin for the scroll bar should already be taken into account, right? So I really don't need to move it anywhere horizontally. But I think what I need to do is I need to move it by the top of the outer rectangle. So that's, I need the outer, so let's just compute the offset of what I think I need. That's going to be equal to the rect.top, I think. Okay, so I think I need to move it by the offset. Because if we're towards the middle, it'll be a negative number, which will move it up, which is what we want. I think that's what I need to do. Let's see if it does. If it does it, is there a position? I don't think so. I think you just get a rectangle. Look, I did it. There's my red rectangle in the middle. So right when my scroll bar is in the middle, we're actually drawing it in the middle. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, because when we're at the scroll bars at the extreme top, our rectangle is aligned with the screen, right? The top left is aligned, but when I go to scroll to the bottom right is aligned. See that? So that means that the top left's coordinate is really the actually it's not exactly, is it? It's also taking into account the inner margin. Or is that an absolute screen position? Might be off by a little bit then. So I don't want it to add so where does that 15 come from? That's what I want to know. If that's the absolute position, then I got to change some stuff. But if it's not, then yeah. So this is like off by 15. Is there a rect position? I don't think there is. Yeah, there is no position for a rectangle. A rectangle is just got a left, right, top, and bottom. But I just don't know what it's relative to. I'm gonna guess that it's relative to the whole window, which means that I want to know actually then how do I shrinks it towards the middle, right? Keeping the center, exactly. So what if I debug this? Is that going to be 15 by 15? 15, 15 for the top corner. Yes. And that is the, okay, so this rectangle is actually the same as this rectangle. I don't even, well, hold on. It might have accounted for, okay, let's debug both, actually. I'm wondering if it should account for the scroll bar. That's why we're not overdrawing it. Yeah, see how it's the bottom right of that's the outer one is a little bit bigger than the outer right. So it took a little bit off the right for the scroll bar is what it did. It took off 12 pixels. It took off 12 pixels for this scroll bar. Which, yeah, it kind of looks like this margin is applying to the edge of the scroll bar, not the... See, if you look here, there's less space here than there is here. And I didn't do anything to the right edge. It took off a little bit for that scroll bar, is what it did. And when it's all the way at the top left corners are aligned. When it's at the bottom, the vertical coordinates are aligned, but the horizontal is not because we're still taking off a little bit. Okay. So then the offset I want to add is really the difference between the two, right? Yes. So that means I need to capture it here, right? Let outer top equal rect.top. And then after we do this, we say let inner top equal rect.top. And then offset is the difference between the two. Inner top minus outer top. Okay, and then like, if I want to make sure that this is exactly right, then instead of multiplying by 5, what I want to do is like add like a very small number, right? I want to add like make the scroll bar not scroll very much at all. So instead of multiplying by 5, we'll just add like 20 or something. So now there'll only be 20 pixels of scrollable region. Yeah. And then let's expand this so that it's not divide by 6, but minus 20, right? So it's the original height of the outer window. Okay, so it's not quite right. It's not centered, is it? Not quite right. I think it's actually overdrawing the very top. It's not quite centered. Oh wait, where did I account for the offset here? Okay, translated by the offset. Let's dbg that. We're debugging a lot of rectangles now. It does span from 10 to negative 10. You see that? Oh, I see. The green line is at 10. Okay. And the height is... Yeah, okay. Hold on. I think the 10 was this margin. We have a margin of 10 all the way around. That's 10 of it. And then I did shrink by 5 more after. So the green rectangle is at 10 from all sides. Then the inner one is supposed to be 5 pixels deep, more in. Then I don't understand. There's one thing I don't understand about this then. When the scroll bar is all the way at the top, right? It says it's at 1515. This one makes sense. And then the second one is also at 1515. This one's also at 1515. So how did this one get to 1010? It's this one. So it's supposed to be centered vertically plus the offset. Offset's the difference between these two tops, which right now is 0. Oh yeah, okay. So that makes sense that it's 10. So the offset being 0, outer rect, inner rect, no scrolling, offset is 0. Then don't I want the this rectangle is that inner rectangle where right here on line 53. Okay. Which is just a little bit taller than the outer rectangle. We're not scrolled at all. We're at the top of the scroll bar. So what am I doing here? If I want to center the red rectangle within that, that is correct that we do this, right? But is that offset correct? That 15 needs to be added back in at some point. I think I need to offset by the inner top plus offset. So it's not, so is it inner top times 2 minus outer top? Or is it just, no, I do need to subtract. So this one goes up the more we scroll down. Or no, it goes up. It starts at 15 and goes down, right? If I scroll down to the bottom, now it's at a negative number, right? Now it's at -5 because it can travel 20. Because of that, we can travel 20. So it goes from 15 up to -5. I'm having a hard time mentally modeling this. I just don't think this offset is correct. We're like off by a little bit. It's like off by how much? How about if I make that 40 instead of 20? Because I think I'm getting those two 20s confused. Okay, see, like when I'm in the middle, it's actually at the top. So when we're at the aligned at the top there, it's 5 pixels down. Why 5 pixels down? Because the difference between outer height and inner height is 20. So divide by that's the inner and outer and inner. Outer, inner. Oh, did I get these flipped? No, that should be fine. I'm getting the words inner and outer confused. this is like the scrollable area, and this is the red rectangle, right? Okay. I'm just trying to center it within the scrollable area. So it is, oh, it is centered within the scrollable area, but I have to translate by not only the offset of the scrollable area, but also the absolute position of the scrollable area. So that would be this times 2, I think. Right? Or is it outer? I don't think it actually matters. No, it does matter. Outer is the one that's fixed, right? Wait, then wouldn't it be just inner top? Maybe it's just that. And I've been thinking about this wrong. Whoa! That was loud. Startled me. Sorry about that. My phone ringing really loud. Yeah, I fixed it. Okay, so the offset is really just the inner top. DBG. Okay, slowly but surely, I'm doing this. So it's unfortunate that the we have to do this math. We have to add the inner top to. We have to translate all of our coordinates by the inner top. Yeah. But anyway, that means I have a. I never used this. Oh yeah, I didn't need that. So I can just have like the top. Or really, this is offset. So collapse these two. So this is like the scroll offset. We take the top of that rectangle, and that's how much we need to move everything down to show it in the correct spot. I'm just surprised that I have to do that. I would think that this UI context, it would adjust it by this automatically. Don't know why it doesn't. Okay, anyway, what's this plus 20 business here? Oh, this is to, oh, right, to compute the scrollable area. So like, go back to multiplying by 2 or something. Then we have an inner region that's twice as tall as the outer. And then I wanted to like divide by 2 to get to the original. Or actually smaller than that, like 3, to make it smaller than the actual screen size. And it should just be centered, yeah. Okay, cool. Nice. Okay. And what does it look like without that shrink? It'll overdraw the green rectangle, right? Yeah, the scrollable area does. I don't, so in the end, I'm not going to have this green rectangle anyway, so I guess I don't need to shrink it. So I don't really need that. I'll keep it commented in. So yeah, if I just don't draw the green rectangle, it should look fine. It looks like a scrollable red rectangle now. Yeah. And I don't technically need this shrinkage here, horizontal shrinkage, because it should give me enough margin around the scroll bar already. Yeah, just enough. Cool. Okay, so we've mastered the scrollable thing. So do I want to just make this generic? Really, the only thing that's generic about it is that we do a scroll area vertical show, and inside we since we want it only to be a vertical area larger than only if we only want the vertical dimension to be like unlocked from the outer, we're only manipulating the y dimension. So we could have like we could have an independent like area, and if it's less than or equal to the available size outside, I guess. No, actually, this available size is the same as outside, right? If I move that here, it still works. I bet. If I recall, if I understand correctly, generating virtual space inside the main rectangle, you could use some screen to rectangle translation function. Oh, I think I broke it there. Oh, so I have to compute it inside because inside it accounts for the scroll bar. So you think there's a screen to rectangle translation function? I think I've determined that it's this. It's adding the interior rectangle's top. So this interior rectangle, it does two things. It accounts for the scroll bar and it shifts it up and down depending on the scroll bar state. And the shift, like where it is, we have to add that to all of our everything we draw inside to have it show in the right spot. Right? Because so this, it looks correct, but if I don't do this translate, then it doesn't account for it automatically. It'll show the rectangle fixed in position. So now when I scroll, it just does nothing. So we're in charge of translating by the scroll offset, and the scroll offset we get from the coordinate of the top of the inner rectangle. Yeah. And if it were horizontally scrolling, it would be the same thing. We'd have to translate by the left of the rectangle. But we're getting away with translating by 0 instead of the rectangle's left. Why is that? Oh, I think it's because these are absolute positions within like a space, assuming that 0, 0 is the origin. But okay, technically we did translate by the left of the rectangle because we started with that inner rectangle. All I did was reassign the y coordinates. So written another way, I would say like let like inner equals rect. Do we have to declare it? Yes. Is there a new? Area bottom. How do I make one? Clone. Everything above, expand. I just want to like define one. Okay, from min max. Actually, what I want is to say where I want it within a virtual canvas. It would be from min size. Well, from a size, right? From 2 points, from 2 positions. I don't like these names. It would be top left, left top. No, that's of a rectangle. Shrink, split. I don't like this. I want to look it up here. I'm finding this to be better. Actually, this is not really any better. I wish they would have a group like showing me all the constructors. So there's from min size, top left corner, plus a size. I mean, that's probably the closest I can get because I can just say from, what was it again? From min size, the minimum being position to 0, the size being vec2. And the horizontal size is really the same as this, the inner rectangle. Width minus 20, right? And the y is outer height divided by 3. That's what it is. And right, and then to do the correct scrolling, we translate by the rect top left. Sort of top min, I guess it is. Yeah, min to vec. And that's inner. So I don't need to do any of this if I just do inner. Okay, but it put it at the top. So yeah, I wanted to center it in the field. So that's another translate, right? To move it down. I need to move it down by this difference divided by 2. Can I like do translate y? Like move down or something? Okay, fine. I'll just do a translate and I'll do a vec2 new. I have to put a 0 for the x, which is unfortunate. So there we go, it's centered now. I think. To test this, let's like do this like minus a small number thing trick. Oh, I did that wrong. Crap. That's wrong. See you, McNet. This should use inner height. And here's where I want to test it. Yeah, I want to make sure that the rectangle is actually centered. The scrollable area is too big. So like plus equals. Let's do 30. I don't know. I'm slowly manipulating this until I get it to where I'm like happy with things. Why is this yeah. Hold on. So I'm using this generic words like rect when I shouldn't. We have no scroll offset. This is the scroll offset. So this way I can scroll horizontally too later. I'm trying to make the code generic so I can reuse this. So this translate accounts for the scrolling. This translate puts it where I want to put it. I want to center it vertically and don't move it horizontally because it's as wide as that. It's okay, actually is 20. So I actually did want to translate it. So then is it like left justified right now and I just didn't notice? Because I wasn't looking at the... Yeah, it is left justified. So I didn't need to subtract 20 there. Yeah. So let me name this so that it makes more sense. I should get back the same rect I pass out, right? So this is just like oh wait, no, that's a vector and I get a rectangle out. So this is like inner size and this is inner rect. Cool. And then the way this works is that this inner size is just a size, but the inner rect will actually be scrolled. So the inner rect's minimum is the how much to translate things to make it show up in the correct position. And this is the part I wish that it did for me automatically, but it's not doing it. I think that it should translate. Actually, why don't I just do that myself then? Yeah, why don't I just make this mutable? And if I want to use like relative to the canvas, then I just translate it by its minimum. Backwards, right? Let me think about this. If I'm translating by in a positive direction by the inner rectangle, then this won't work. I have to just... It's the fact that these have to be translated by the inner when I make them. Okay, it just is that the painter is using the outer... It's using like the outer context, so to speak. It's not making a new... This context here doesn't use coordinates of the canvas. It uses coordinates of the window itself, and it's just clipped. So we just have to translate by by the inner rectangle to put it in the right spot. Okay, so then I don't really, well, outer height is correct because I don't, that's just giving it a name, right? We do need to do a calculation here because we are calculating the inner. Right. Okay. So this it's really, it shouldn't be called inner. Really should be called like, well, it's the red rectangle. And okay, so then this shouldn't be outer, should it? Yeah, I'm overloading terms. I wanted this to be shorter. I wanted this to be like inner size dot y minus 20, and then this shouldn't be inner height. It should be the the thing, the red rectangle height, and this is the red rect. Yes, and that, okay, those names make more sense to me. Okay. So we want the inner size to be 30 pixels bigger, and we want the rectangle to be, oh, it's still too big. Why is it so big? It should have been 20 pixels less than the inner size. Oh, no, it should be the outer size. The inner size is actually bigger, and the outer size is, I need that, another variable for that. This is immutable. The other one is not. Okay, trying to get this right. Hey there, 715-209. How are you doing? I'm doing UI stuff, which is hard for me. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Okay. So you scroll all the way to the top, it's at the bottom. Scroll bottom, it's at the top, and it's cut off because just because of the way I'm the scrollable area is like not, there's no margin for it. Yeah, I'm not doing any margin. If I wanted to do a margin, how would I do that? I would get this inner rect and then I would shrink it, right? I would say let inner rect equals inner. Oh no, it's not the inner rect, is it? It would be this red rectangle. I don't want to position it at 0. I want to like, I think I shrink it or vertically, right? Or I just translate it. Center it vertically sounds right. Well, actually, no, hold on. It was just a coincidence that when I scroll, it goes all the way to the top. It's because of how big I made it. I made it the outer size minus 20. So if I make it outer size minus like 40, it'll be smaller. And then it'll draw more off screen now when I scroll. So it'll be shorter. No, it's the other way around. So now it doesn't overdraw the top because it's just slightly smaller. If I made it the same size, now it's the window height that it's representing, right? Yeah. So when it's centered, it's exactly the right size. You're already a pro in web GPU? Well, I'm not using much of web GPU. This is all eGUI. I need to change this so it doesn't say W init window. Let's do that now. Really? Where does it print that then? Oh, is that the default? Mm. Is that the default title when we make a window? Where do we create a window? Up here, right? Do I have to say like with title? Yeah. With title. Shouldn't that be just something I pass in? Or can I set the title later? Should be able to set the title later, right? So like maybe in my main app. Where is that done? Right here. Oh, it's abstracted away by that point. So I have no... I'll fix this later. For now, we'll just do... how does this work? It does return self. So in the main, I guess we'll set it. Wait, what? Oh, right here. We type erase it at this point. Well, I might as well do it here. Just for a temporary title. DataDisintegrator. It's gonna be the default. It's the default in their library, yeah. Okay, but mostly I'm just doing the hex editor today. So it took me a long time to figure out how to make something scrollable in eGUI, but I think I got it. So now I got a scrollable red rectangle there. So we're done with the red rectangle, I think. So I don't need that. That's the green rectangle, right? I'm trying to make this somewhat generic. Why did I add 30? Oh, that's right. I want to change this around so that, like, given a canvas, you can draw into it. So then... in the end, we want this to be computed by how big the file is. So we don't have any of that in the hex editor yet. Let's mark it with a to-do. Inner size. Vertical should be determined by the actual size of the file. And not a hacked in there. So the boilerplate stuff, this is boilerplate. Although I'm not sure what to do about this response. I'm guessing we just ignore it, but like, I wonder what happens when we click into stuff in the middle. We might have to come back to that. Thank you for the data. Poof, it's been disintegrated. That's right. Outer heights, inner height, red. So this is like the test code. So the essential piece is this for scrolling. To go from canvas coordinate, virtual canvas to the coordinate system that the painter does, we have to translate by the inner rectangle's minimum. Top left corner. Okay. So I should probably just make that offset. Well, canvas offset. What's this outer height used for? Inner rect height. This is canvas height. Oh, right. I was just trying to make it so that when it's centered, it takes up the whole area. To make sure that I understood that outer size is correct. Okay. Okay, so this is the test code that now goes away. Should I keep that around as test code? Why not, right? Test red box. Just move that in there, right? And let's see what it needs. Okay, so why is the whole function bad? It's not a member of it. Self-test red box. Actually, it doesn't really need anything from the hex editor, so maybe it's a free function. So I take it out completely. So test red box. So it needs like a size, which is a vec2, right? And this is the size.y. And where was the width again? This one. So that's size.x. And then the translation is so it needs to know the canvas size. So let's rename this one. That was bad. And it needs to know the canvas size. And the canvas offset. Yes. The vector. Okay, and it needs a UI. Okay, so the test red box is UI. The box size is oh, I forgot what I wanted for that. I guess that's outer rect, right? Not exactly. I'll have to recompute that. I need to take a quick break. I'll be right back. I'm back. Canvas size. That's a vec2 new. The width is the same as the inner rect width, but the height actually don't want just the inner rect's size. And canvas size. That's inner rect. Inner size. That's not the same thing. No, I don't want the inner size. No, that is the correct. The box is not the inner rect size. It's the outer rect size. Outer size. I think. No, it's not. It's I don't want it to overdraw the scroll bar. Hey there, Tim. How are you doing? I'm trying to learn eGUI. I'm trying to learn how to use, especially specifically how to do scrollable regions inside of eGUI. So I'll show you what I just got working. I'm trying to refine it right now. So I'm working on a widget that's eventually going to be a hex editor, and right now I'm just trying to make sure I understand exactly how to work with scroll bars. So you have to do this thing called a scroll area vertical, and what's funky about it is that like I'm used to the scrollable area like a something with the scroll bar, meaning like you can make a virtual canvas that's larger than the actual display area, and the scroll bar just kind of paints part of that virtual area. But what it's really doing is it's giving me it's giving me a UI context where nothing is actually shifted according to the scroll bar position, but the it gives me a canvas area which the canvas itself moves around, like in absolute coordinates. So it's really weird, and I'm trying to like, what I'm trying to do actually is make it so that I I take that weirdness and I package it up someplace so that I don't have to, so I can continue to think about it as there being a canvas size, and then I just throw in the canvas offset saying, hey, you need to, there's going to be an offset for the canvas to draw, and then we just always translate by that. But I'm having to, I'm struggling keeping the mental model of having like 3 different rectangles that I'm juggling in my head. So there's the overall rectangle. There's the rectangle with the scroll bar taken out, so like, so you don't overdraw it. And then there's this inner rectangle of the canvas, which can be taller than the outer rectangle. And then there's the box inside of that. So 4 different rectangles I'm trying to keep in my head at once. It's always good to put weirdness in a hidden layer. Yeah, I'm trying to, I'm basically making it explicit that you have to add some offset because you're being drawn into a virtual canvas. And so unfortunately, every rectangle given to the UI painter has to have that translated. I can't like make a new UI painter with this translation implicitly done. So like every time I draw, I have to translate by that canvas offset. So I'm just trying to remember like, how big did I want to make that red box? It's like I want to make it as wide as the inner rectangle, but as tall as the outer rectangle. Outer, oh, what would it be? Outer size dot y. The other thing is like sometimes they're sizes and sometimes they're rectangles. Okay, and then the offset is canvas offset. Okay, so I never used canvas height. Why is that? Because I put it into inner size. Okay, it actually should have been inner rect dot size. Because we actually might get a different size out, so I actually didn't use that. Okay. See if I got it right. So if I got it right, then it should work just the way it did a minute ago. I think I did get it right. Yes, cool. So the reason why I'm not allowing it to scroll very much is I want to see like visually that yes, the amount of space at the top when I'm scrolling to the top is the same as the space at the bottom. So like my centering is actually centering, and that I'm not overdrawing what I should. So it's like very tight coordinates. And that's important to me right now. Scroll areas are fun, yeah. So I think I've isolated the funness to be like, if you're drawing something inside of a virtual canvas area, we tell you how big it is, and we tell you what offset to add so that you draw in the correct place. And so this offset really takes into account the scroll position. We could also use this to know like how much off you are like off screen. Actually, not exactly, right? The canvas offset, if I like did a debug on that, it's not 0 when it's at the top, is it? So I might want to try to figure out what the clip region is. Because like, we don't actually have to draw something if it's outside the clip region. Yeah, see, this offset of 10 is because it's an absolute offset from the origin of the window, right? But it doesn't tell you how much you'll actually clip. Actually, let me put in the put back in the that green. Oh, I already deleted it. Let me go here and actually add a margin. How do we add a margin again? It was with this. Oh no, it wasn't there. It was by restricting this area here, right? Rect. Let rect equal Oh, before we do that, this child UI is what starts to do the clipping, right? Rect dot shrink by, let's shrink by a lot so we can see this. I just want to make sure it's not overdrawing that the child area where we're putting the scroll bar in. Yeah, so see now, yeah, see it is clipping. We can't draw outside into that margin area. And right at the edge there, yeah, we don't know what we're clipping there because it's in absolute coordinates from the window. So it would be good to find out what that clipping rectangle is. I wonder if we can ask the UI what the clipping rectangle is. Can I ask it? Clipping rectangle. I can. All right. DBG that. Let's see that clipping rectangle. So cool. So the clipping rectangle is actually constant. So yeah, we know if we're clipping by the fact that that canvas offset will bring you outside the clipping rectangle. So I forgot where, am I putting a margin on that red box? Or not? Actually, that clipping rectangle is not correct, is it? 0? That's not right. And why is it 57? It's a weird clipping rectangle. Meanwhile, I'm just busy splitting your vector into both a vector and a point. So you can scale a vector. It makes no sense to scale a point. That is correct. Also, when you make them homogeneous, the fourth coordinate is either, or the extra coordinate is either a 0 or a 1, depending if it's a vector or a point, right? It's physically based rendering theory from, didn't someone recommend that to me? Maybe not. Book recommendations, if they're relevant, earn a point, right? Is that point worthy? Add to your point pool. Let me put that on my list. To read later. The gel mega. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to understand this clipping rectangle thing. I think this canvas offset is where is the origin of the canvas relative to the origin of the window in order to draw it in window coordinates. So if I line it up, it seems to me like this, we could actually draw to the left and not get clipped. So what happens if I do that? What happens if I like draw from like what if I make the box size a little wider? Like make it 20 pixels wider and offset to the left negative by offset to the left 10 pixels. Is it going to clip my red rectangle now? It doesn't. Look at that. So the clipping rectangle is correct. Why didn't it clip the left-hand side? So if I go even further, like 30 pixels over, we're still not going to clip the left edge of the box? Yeah, we're still not clipping it for some reason. Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. This does not clip. This just creates a new UI. Do I have to like say create it and clip or clip to? Manual time. Clip. Clip rect. Oh, maybe it's what I need. Screen space rectangle for clipping what we paint. Set clip rect. There we go. So I guess I have to manually do that. Okay. Now what would I set it to here? Don't I set it to the... I would set it to this available space out here, right? Hold on. So this allocate exact size is really allocating the canvas size, because that's the canvas size, the third argument, right? So it's going to give us back a rectangle, this inner rect, which has an offset baked into it. If I adjust for that offset, well, this inner rect is really the canvas with the scroll bar applied to it, right? So does that mean that this uses all of the space externally? I think that's what it does, right? Scroll area. This scroll to me do visible. How does it know it's visible? This is a function of a response. Scroll to me. Yeah, I'm still getting used to how this works. Well, it's whatever we ask to allocate, right? You know what it's like it's doing? When I was watching that, it's clipping only the vertical, but the clip rectangle for like the horizontal is the whole window. Like the window's 800 pixels wide, right? Now it's okay, right there it's at zero. Okay, so it's okay, so it's the area not including the scroll bar. Oh, and it actually see how it actually it actually pushed the scroll bar over to the right there. That's weird. Weird. Actually, the layout kind of gets funky. That's really weird. There's like a minimum size after which it compresses it. Hmm. Okay, I didn't expect that. But yeah, it's basically this. Well, hold on. Is it continuing to grow it? Is it getting any bigger here? Yes, it is. Oh, but it's getting the space from the left. It's what it's doing. So the clip rectangle horizontally is all of the window up to the scroll bar. It looks like. So if I wanted to clip for that boundary, I have to do that myself. Does it make sense then to clip first before here? So like, would it be like UI.clip set clip rect to rect before I make the scroll area? Let's see if that. I wanna have the clip area correct. Okay, what did that do? Oh yeah, so now it's clipping the left edge of my rectangle off like I was trying to do before. And the window's just high enough to get clipped exactly. Okay, cool. So that kind of does what I want. So if I don't translate it at all, and it's just the box size, what do I get? Yeah, so it's actually being squeezed right there. So what are you doing, cat? You playing with a bug? What is that? Is that a bug? Or is that a rock? I can't tell what that is. I'm gonna keep playing with it? I don't know what it is. It's either a bug or a rock. Okay, so this clipping rectangle is exactly the box size right now. Exactly. Because I'm clipping to that rectangle. I'm making a child UI to that rectangle. And it's that inner rectangle that we get from allocating that exact size. Good. Are you gonna eat that? Whether it's a bug or a rock, it's being eaten by the cat now. It's all about making a render that's physically correct. This is one of the things you render with it. Copy link. Pasta link. Oh, you rendered something with that? That looks like a photograph. This is artificial? Wow. Yeah, like the ambient inclusion is just right and the shadows are just right. That's hard to believe that it's not a photograph. What you should do when you when you render something like this, put something in there that's physically impossible. You should draw something in here that's physically impossible to like say it's either a photograph of aliens or it's artificial. Otherwise, like I can't really tell that you didn't actually just photograph something. Like what would be physically impossible? Like some kind of weird shadow that you add on purpose that shouldn't exist. Hypercube, there you go. Can you put a hypercube in that? I was thinking something simple like a light that has a shadow cast into it that so like it shouldn't be possible. All right. Am I happy with this? This 30. What am I doing there? Oh, that's just increasing the canvas size. Really? So this is canvas size. And outer size is like, isn't that just gonna, do I even need that? Isn't that just gonna be the same as this rectangle? Hold on, what if I use rect? Height. So that doesn't use outer size. You get the same thing, right? Yes, you get exactly the same thing. So this outer size I don't need. Yeah, the canvas size is just, starts off with the available size. So that tells me the available size inside a scroller is the canvas size. Right, and then this original rectangle is like the widget size. Except for I shrunk it because I wanted to have a margin around it. Right. Okay. It might seem like I'm obsessing about this, but I'm using this as an exercise iteratively to get more familiar with the coordinate systems and like the idiosyncrasies of this library. So now I have an even 50 pixel margin and plus 10 more for the data disintegrator puts it in that. And then I have a scroll bar in which I have a box that's exactly the clip size where I can scroll it up and down. And if I wanted the box not to clip, I would just shrink it. So if box is centered, right? To center it, it would be, actually, do I have like a center? Yes. No, not to center it. Center within? There should be like a center within. So to center within, you gotta like subtract an even amount. Like, actually, what I would want to do is take the canvas size minus the box size. So like, let center, well, offset to center x equals canvas size x minus box size dot x divided by 2. Put parentheses here. And then I add that to the translate. Really, that's this is centering it horizontally and vertically. So why don't I just say center to center is vec2 new. This is the x part, and that other one's the y part. Wait, I needed the height. Oh, that's just box size y. Which means that this is just box size. Correct. All right. Well, I was thinking, Jamal, it should be physically correct, except for something that you add to it, just sort of like, hey, this, I would have fooled you that this is a photograph, except for look at the corner, there's like something that's impossible. But I guess you could have taken a photograph and then photoshopped it. So yeah, maybe the only way to actually prove that it was manufactured is to actually show the rendering process. Okay, now the thing is, I wanted to make it a little bit smaller, so I guess it would be, can I shrink this? That's a vec2. What can I do with a vec2? Can I divide it by something or subtract from it? I can add and I can subtract. Yes. Okay, so I can subtract from it. Minus vec2. Length? No. I'll just do new. I was looking for something where I can do it evenly. That didn't do what I wanted. It actually made it bigger in the wrong way too. Shoot. Oh, that put it on the wrong thing. Whew. Need to put it here. Uh, Actually, if I'm already doing that, why don't I just do -10 on both dimensions here? There we go. Now there's a nice margin there, so it's not clipped at all. Okay, what have I learned here? That when I shrink, I need to set the clipping rectangle, otherwise it won't clip. Right. Child UI lets me go into a previously allocated space and make a new layout. That's the second thing I learned. The third thing I learned is that scroll area vertical show gives me a new UI where when I allocate space in it, it applies the scroll bar position to move around a canvas, and the size is independent from the parent size. So it's a completely independent, it's whatever size I want, but it's always going to be offset by the scroll bar position. So here I just said take the original size and add 30 to it. But I could have made it any size I wanted. I could even make the X could be different from the original X. In fact, it shrinks it a little bit along the horizontal to make room for that scroll bar. And it actually it does apply clipping on that right edge to not clip the scroll bar. So it's somewhat smart about that. And then, so because it's going to apply the scroll bar, I need to extract out the top left corner of that allocated space, and that is the offset from canvas space back to window coordinates, because all the draws are in window coordinates. Okay, and then that's pretty much all I learned, right? Okay. And then we're keeping around test redbox for fun. I don't think we need to shrink the original rectangle anymore. But I do want to start drawing actual text in here. So what do I want to do? I want to maybe give this some state to start with. Like instead of having the whole file, let's just have like a size which represents the number of rows. So rows view size, right? And then this will have to say what the rows are. So there is no default anymore. Okay, and then the way this will work is I need to know how tall the text is. Actually, how do I know how tall the text is? Let me ask ChatGPT this. Maybe a new question. New chat. With eGUI, how about start over? When writing the drawing code for a custom eGUI widget that draws text, how can I calculate the bounding box of text that I am drawing? Question mark. So it says, to calculate the bounding box of text that you're drawing, blah, 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 you use the layout information provided by the context in eGUI. The context contains information about the current layout, including the position and dimensions of the widget. So you use the context to get layout information. So you have access to the context object. You can use the object to retrieve information about the layout. So you let layout equals context layout. Use context text to get the text size. You get information about the text size from there. So you do context text create text style body. Calculate the bounding box. With the text size box, you can now calculate the bounding box of the text. This will depend on the positioning and layout of your widget. For example, if you're drawing the text at a specific position, you can calculate the bounding box using the position and text size. Okay, so here's an example they gave me. File new. They said do this. So we would get the layout from the context. That we would get the text size by calling text with the style and the text that we want to get the size of. And then that's it. That's the size. So I don't know what the screen rect center means. Example position, center of screen. But anyway, this is the crucial stuff, right? Because what I need to do is I need to know how tall every line of text is. So I want to get the height of some sample text and use that to calculate how tall the canvas needs to be depending on how many rows there are going to be. Actually, I want to ask, like, can the height of text be calculated without having the actual text, as in the maximum text height? It says, yes, it's possible to calculate the maximum text height without having the actual text itself. It can be useful in situations where you need reserve space, but you don't actually have the content yet. In eGUI, use the context to get the maximum text height. Okay, so they gave me more code. They gave me this. Invisible shadow caster? Oh, I see, for your scene. Wouldn't that create rect with its top corner in the center? Are you talking about the stuff I had to do here with the with translating the canvas offset? I'm missing the context because I waited too long after your comment. The thing from ChatGPT. I mean, ChatGPT is probably wrong. Well, I'm disregarding this. I'm just looking at, like, if I want to know the size of text before drawing it, I can do it with the text and the layout. Actually, I guess I don't need the layout. I just use text, right? So this is really what I was looking for with my first question. Yes, there's a text method on context that you can feed it some text and it'll tell you how big it is. But then I asked it, can I do it without a string? And it said you can do it this way. You can get the font definition and then you can get the native height of the font. So again, I guess we would use body for the font style and we get this native height. So let's see what I can do there. So let's do two things. Within this, instead of testing with our red box, and I don't need to get the clipping rectangle anymore, right? We'll actually outside of this, we need to know how big the canvas should be, right? Or actually, I guess it doesn't matter either place. Here, we need to know how big to make it. So the width is the available size, but the height is going to be is equal to the self.rows times, I guess this is a float, right? So I should do that as f32 times the native text height. So that's what ChatGPT told me about. Let's just grab this. Actually, why don't I just use their function straight? Context comes from eGUI. Text style from eGUI as well. There is no font definitions. Font definitions. Okay, how do we get the font definitions? Just font definitions default? Let me ask ChatGPT about it. There is no method named font definitions. There is no method of context named font definitions, period. I'm just stating a fact here, and it's going to apologize, right? Yes, I apologize for the confusion. You are correct. There isn't a method named font definitions. In eGUI, there isn't a direct method to retrieve the maximum text height without having the actual text. Instead, you can estimate it based on the font size. You can use context layer method to get the current layer information, which includes the font size. Then you can use the font size to estimate the maximum text height. So then it gave me something else. I think it's funny how, like, when you correct it, it apologizes, and then it says something that it should have known from the start. And maybe it's because you just need it. It needs to, like, you need to have told it, hey, that might be wrong. Think more about it. So it says to do this: get the layer and get layer fonts, get it, unwrap it, and get the size. And then there's some kind of adjustment. Why? You can use the font size to estimate the maximum text height based on your requirements. For example, you might multiply by a factor to get an approximation. I mean, I'm not opposed to giving it a try. So that we can't do because it's impossible. How about this one? This should just be eGUI, right? There's no layer method. It thinks that there's a layer method and there isn't. Layer. There's layers. Okay, so let me correct it. There is no layer method of context. It's going to apologize again, isn't it? I apologize for the confusion. It seems I provided incorrect information. As of my last training data in January 2022, eGUI does not provide a direct method to receive the maximum text height without having actual text. It seemed quite confident that there was a layer method. We should ask it like, is there a way to get the current layer information from an eGUI context? I mean, now it's convinced that there is no way to do it. Purple LF, is that how I say your name? Thank you for the raid. I haven't seen you around here before. I won the dice roll. Congrats, I'm hereby rated. Well, thank you for the raid. I'm asking ChatGPT off stream questions to help me figure this out, but I can tell you what I'm doing. I'm trying to get used to this. Hold on, let me type this first. This is a window being painted by a library called eGUI. It's like a pure Rust clone of IMGUI. And I'm trying to, the end goal is to make a smart hex editor, sort of, that I'll get into in a minute. But like, before I can make the hex editor, I know I'm going to need like a large scrollable canvas in which to draw the hex editor. And I'm trying to get used to like, how do you make a scroll bar, scrollable area? And I'm just drawing a rectangle in it, right? And now I moved on to the next step of like, if I know how many lines of hex editor I have, how do I translate that to a canvas size? And ChatGPT is struggling to educate me on how to do that because it's wrong, but it's giving me some things to look up, right? So what I'm doing at a more global scope, this project is all about making a programmable decoder that you can think of as like just my own for fun version of something like Wireshark, where there'll be like a hex editor, and if you click on it, it actually shows in another window like what those bytes mean, and you might pick something in that part of the UI, and when you click it, it shows you what bytes correspond to it. So for example, I'm using this image, so it's a GIF image, right? And for some reason it didn't scroll to the top. Oh, let me close that. So GIFs start with GIF 89A, right? We know this because we can see it, but also because this is the general format of GIF, and I'm making a special language to describe data formats. So it's kind of like a combination of a structure and a function, because it's got like loops and it's got conditionals, but it also has just like part specifications. A header is a part of a GIF, right? A header has a string signature that's 24 bits long, right? And like logical screen has a descriptor, and that has a width and height. So when we actually run this on the actual parser engine, if I open that up again and show you like side by side, here's the signature. It's this GIF part, and then 89A is those 3 bytes, and then this logical screen width is 300, so that's those 2 bytes there, 300, right there. And it parses every single byte of the file, and if it gets to the end without any errors, that means the file matches the format, all the way down to the trailer byte, which is that 3B. So if that's a little bit too much detail, then just remember that the overall goal that I have right now is to make my own tool that's kind of like Wireshark for fun, all in Rust. And I kind of wanted to look like if I were to show these two windows side by side, kind of like this, where like on the left I might see like a breakdown of what's in a GIF file, and on the right is the actual GIF file. And if I click somewhere here, it would highlight like, oh, that's data block 3's, the pixel in the 3rd row and the 7th column, something like that. Most hex editors like don't really tell you much more than that. Like if it's a 16-bit number, that's what it is. If it's 32-bit, that's what it is. If it's a string or character, that's what it is, right? But we're making a smart hex editor here. So I've already done like the compiler for my language and the actual parsing library. I even made a plugin for Lua. And now I'm working on the GUI. So like I said, hex editor with like a data tree on the side of it. And since I picked eGUI, that means I am locked in. No, I'm not locked in. What am I trying to say? I've sentenced myself to a hell of trying to figure out how to use this silly user interface library. So yeah, I'm here. I need to calculate the size of the canvas in the vertical direction by how many rows we have times the size of the font. That's what I'm trying to get, the size of a font. And ChatGPT gave me this code, but it doesn't quite work because there's no layer. And now I'm kind of stuck because I don't know how do I get the size of a text font? ChatGPT doesn't really know. And I guess I could look around. Like this control knows somehow. So maybe I look into the code of this control to see how they compute it. Well, the question is how do I get the size if it's been set for me in the context? So I'm hoping that there's a way in like maybe context that it can tell me like get font information. That's what I want. Given a context, a drawing context, can I ask for like font information? Oh, there's fonts. Maybe that's what I go through. The read-only access to fonts. Not valid until we run it. That's because we don't know the proper pixels per point until then. So if I call fonts and I get a font out. Oh, wait. We give it a reader, which is a function? That's weird. Okay, that's the layout thing ChatGPT was talking about, right? No, that's not what he was talking about. This actually lays out text. So never mind. I was hoping from a font, we could get a font. Font image size? Size of the font image. Pass this to tessellator. This is too low level. Row height? Height of one row of text in points. So how do I get it from points to pixels? That's the question. The layout thing, this lays out text into, I guess a galley is like a sequence of lines. Text that's been laid out ready for painting. So it's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for like how tall to make my window. Font, it's like font image size sounds almost right. Oh, there's pixels per point. So if I had a font, so I could ask for pixels per point. What's weird is that I can't just get the fonts out. I have to like have a reader. Yeah, how does this work? Self-read, move context reader. So what's self-read do? Read. Is there a read? No, it must be internal. Read. I'm not going to find it, am I? It's probably in a different file. Well, maybe I should just look at the source for one of these things. Yeah, like this. I kind of want something like that. So why don't I just look for the source of this? That was here, right? No. Here. Widget gallery. Gallery. Oh, that's the plot stuff. I'm going to click on this again. Scroll demo. Okay. Scroll over. Here we go. There's different items. Actually, how does it set the size? What's this show viewport thing? Row height. Here we go. How did they get row height? Here we go. UI.fonts. Okay, so I was on the right track. You call fonts and you give it a callback function. right? I'm in a different window now. Fonts. Because I'm in the wrong library. Too many windows, you know? EGUI, please. Yes. API ref, thank you. Fonts. Context fonts. I was just thrown off by the fact that it says it's not valid until the first call to context run. I guess when we're in this mode we're drawing, we've already started running. So it makes sense that we would just be able to do this. So I need to get a font ID by resolving. I guess that makes sense. We resolve the body font using the current style. So why don't I just copy this? There's no shame in copying, right? This, we're just going to put it here. We're going to call this text height, given a context. So, why, I don't know. None of that. So we need a UI and so we don't need a context really, we need a UI. Because the context is, in the UI, and it's probably using it internally. So that's exactly what I want. Okay, cool. So then it's this. There. Whoops. So I don't need this stuff. Okay, and then I'm gonna say for something in 0 to rows. I think we're just gonna draw some text, like pretending that we're drawing the offset for every row, and we'll just draw it even if it's off screen, and then we'll optimize it so we'll only draw the ones that are on screen. So that is UI.draw text, I think, or text. How do we draw text? Don't know. Text. It's probably something in the UI, right? Add something about text in here. Hey there, Nimwe. Oh, and column kick input. That's we were looking at something before, and so I'm not sure what it was that you meant input to go with. I'm doing okay winter coding, although I'm getting kind of tired. Been going for 5 hours. Well, geez, that's why. Oh, wasn't it like shapes? Shape. That's for drawing. Oh, no, shape text. There we go. So we can draw text with shape. Cool. Then the same way we draw boxes, it was UI Painter, right? Text. Aha, we found it. Layout and paint some text. All right, so the position is going to be, we have to take the canvas offset in mind, right? So it's going to be canvas offset plus some position from that. Well, position to new 0 by, let's cache this. Let text height equal text height. Actually, let's call that row height. because we might adjust this with some. ChatGPT's recommended adjusting that anyway, right? So that's, I need the index, so row, I guess. Row times row height. And it's going to want this as a F32. And we got to add the canvas offset. Anchor. No idea what it means by anchor. Oh, that would be like position is relative to the text how. So I want like align to something, right? Align to top left or something, probably, right? Top left top. Text, here we go. So it's going to be format. Some number. What's that number? I'm glad you asked. It's going to be the row number times 16, but we want to format it as a hexadecimal. So that's, I think, 0x. And I have to say like how many rows it is, and I don't remember how to do this. So I'm going to ask ChatGPT in a new chat. How do you format a hex number in Rust 0 padded? And it says it's :0 to x. So if I wanted like 6 digits, I'd do that. Cool. All right, font ID. I don't know. What are my choices? Font ID. Oh, isn't it the same way as we did the font up here? Right. So I should probably pre-compute the font ID and pass it in, shouldn't I? Font ID. Guessing it's copy, right? Is it copy? Import it, please. It is clonable. How about then, since it's not copy, we take a reference. Okay, so let's just find it up here. So that's right here. Font ID, borrow the font ID. Been All Saints Day today, busy. So All Saints Day is the 4th for Sweden and the 1st for wherever the gel mega is. Huh, interesting. Okay, so font ID, right? Does it want a copy? It does, so I should clone it. It's not copyable, right? And then text color, that's easy. It wants a color, so we'll make it white. White. Okay, and then end it. Sweet. So let's see how that looks like. How many rows did I do? Oh, yeah, we didn't specify it. We need to say how many rows. Let's make it 100 rows. Okay, and then let's give it a try. It happens. Pata still Papa, how are you doing? Hey, look. It works. Only the font is really minuscule. I need a bigger, beefier font. But hey, look, we're making progress on our hex editor. Actually, that's quite a lot of progress because if I can do that, then I can also print out the actual bytes. It's not actually that much more work, right? But we want a cooler font than that. So the question is, how do we control the font? Should it be that when I construct the hex editor, I tell it what font I want? Right now, it's using style options for this UI and its children. And I don't know much about style. I'm not very stylistic myself. So do I do a different kind of style? Actually, I probably want monospace, right? Because this is a hex editor. So that probably just picks a different font that's a monospace font, right? What I kind of want is like, yeah, I want it to like so that we can it's not hard coded inside the text editor, but we can like adjust it from outside. So like optimally would be out here that when we do this, that we have set the style on it. So yeah, how does the label work then? The label returns a response. No, rich text returns a rich text, and it has a method called font, which takes a font ID. And what does strong do? So strong is modifying the rich text itself and setting strong. Okay, so that's not really much to do with the... I was going to say not much to do with the font, but maybe it is. Can I do a... Not call hierarchy. I want to do all references. If strong text color. So just check, it just changes the color? Is that it? No, I think it also affects something down here, which I'm not seeing. Oh, well, it's already used by get text color. So it is only the text color. What is this visuals? Controls the visual style of GUI. You can change the visuals with visuals, everything else set visuals. Okay. This all ties into style somehow. I just don't understand how yet. Strong equals bold. Yeah, I would think that it would pick a different font, like a bold font. But it looked like I was only changing the color. Okay, here we go. So it does take a style, and it takes the visuals from the style. Okay, so really I need access to that style, because probably that style also gets me like which font I should use, or the font size that I should use, right? So how do I get style? Into text. Probably if I follow this up, I'll find it, right? UI.style. There we go. Okay, so then excuse me, I should be able to do UI.style from... That's how you get it, but how do you set it? Well, let's do one thing. Let's do the getting first. Oh, I'm already getting it. Okay, cool. So in here, row height. Okay, so then I don't need to do anything more. I really just need to set the size of the monospace font in the style. Oops. In the style for here, right? So let's look and try to find out how to do that. Seems to me that I should start... Oh, that's the wrong one. Should be looking at like set style, or what's set height? Oh, that's for the drawing region. Set style. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT because it's just faster that way. ChatGPT, how in eGUI, how do I set the style for one widget, but not others? See what it says. It says you can set the style for individual widgets by using the widget style method. This allows you to customize the appearance of specific widgets without affecting others. See, again, I think it's wrong. There is no widget style method. I know that. It says you can do a dot style on a button. So maybe you can for a button. Button, button, button. Yes, no, there's no style. ChatGPT just doesn't know what it's saying. That sets it for all of the UI and its children, but how do you set it on just one thing? I guess I just set it and then I reset it or something. I don't know. Yeah, I could, so that would mean I would do it internally to the hex editor, right? So is that what I have to do? That I'd have to like tell the hex editor how big to make my text, so I guess let's just hack it for now. So in here, when it gets a UI, I would set it. Set or style mute set text styles. Okay, now I don't know how to change it. Okay. How do I change it? Override text style. Okay. I just don't know if this is the right way to do it. Down there on the child set style and the child UI. You're saying I can do a set style? But that I need a whole style thing, right? I just want to take the current style and modify just the text style to basically increase the... Well, no, that's the inside of the scrollable area. I want to do it for the whole hex editor. Because I might put a fixed header row above it, and I want the style to apply to that too. Unless you're saying like if I modify it here, it also affects it for outside of my widget. We can test that by having having a text thing after my hex editor. Yeah, but I don't want to set the whole style. Context set visuals. Yeah, I just don't know the right way to do this. Maybe I should just go back and look at that samples again. So how did they do it in one of these samples? Like text. Is there one where they modify the size of something? Like tech? No. Code editor? No. Well, there's theme. No. I'm not sure what demo to look at. None of these, right? Font book. Let's see the source code to that. Where's the slider? There's the scroll area. Where's the slider? Filter. Okay. I wasn't. So it's before filter. It's right before filter. Right before the filter. Introspection font ID UI. Yeah, I focus too much on what I'm doing and I don't watch chat, even though I'm getting help and I should probably award points for the help. There. Thank you, Vincent. Now you're at 8 points. Useless internet points. Assigned. If I look at more code samples, I think I'll get better at this anyway. But I can just look at it and see how do they set it here. It's using a font ID. I think that's what it is, right? This font ID is being set inside of this font ID UI, where I don't know where that is. Can we search for it? Can I search for it throughout the demo? Code? I think I'd have to log in to find it. That's the problem. Hold on, let me look at this off screen where I'm actually probably logged in. I am logged in. Can I search? I don't see where the search is. Oh, there's a go to file. No, there's a search at the top. That was, what was it again? It was, I already forgot. Dang it. Font ID UI. I found it. It's in source introspection. There's no introspection there. Crates. Source. GUI source, right? Introspection. .rs. Here. Okay, and then here it is. So it's just taking the font ID and adjusting its size directly and holding on to that font ID. Okay, then can I just so I would just take the font out and like this and clone it, right? So something like this, let font equal that. That gives me a font ID, right? And I can mutate that. I can just set its size equal to whatever I want. How about 20? And then borrow it here. And then use it when I paint. There we go. Easy. So that's directly changing its size. So now we got a 20-point font. Is that right for 100 rows? We should get to So it's 100 times 16 is 160, 1,600. Is that 630 hex? Calculator, please. 100 times 16, 1600, right? Because I'm good with math. As a hexadecimal, that's 640. Okay, that's correct then, right? It should go all the way to 63F. 100 rows. Yeah, okay. Cool, then it is correct, drawing the correct number of rows. And if I change that to a 20, a 30, it'll make it even bigger. Wow. Big. Big hex editor. So something like 24 is probably more reason. Actually, 20 is probably big enough, right? Yeah, that's actually too big. How about 18? But what's the proper way to do this? It has to do with style, right? Is it just changing the font on the style? Okay, let's say I like this font and I didn't want to hard code it out here. This part would just move somewhere outside into here, right? And is it just that I make a child? Do I just make a child UI here and lay out a hex editor? And within that, change the font size? That seems like there should be a better way to do this. Okay, back to ChatGPT, because it's been such a help, even though you suck sometimes. So, what's the usual? What's the best practice? How do I? I'll just say how do you change the size of a font used by a widget in eGUI? Okay, it says use a text style struct. So you make a text style and you use it with a label. Okay, so maybe, so what is this text style? So now I don't know if it's telling me the truth or not. It's an alias for font ID. Font of a certain size. Font is found via lookup in styles, text styles. You can use text style resolve to do this lookup. And that's if they had some like examples. Yeah. Not a whole lot of examples. Okay, well anyway, that's how they did it in this thingy. So this is directly controlling the size of the font. What I was hoping to see was like something like this where like only one, the style of only one of the widgets was changed. But I don't think that any of these have that, right? Oh, maybe that's interesting. Text layout. Text layout demo. What's this with jobs? Layout job? Hmm. So I'm thinking what I should do is I should just either attach a font ID to the hex editor directly or like make it like a builder pattern. It doesn't even need to be a font ID. Well, maybe I do keep it a font ID. So kind of like how rich text works, right? What if I just did that? What if I had something where I could just do hex editor, font ID monospace 20. In this case, what did I pick? 18, right? So it's like a builder pattern on my hex editor. So it would be like hex editor has like font size or font, right? And I guess by default we can just pick proportional. So but oh, we can't, right? We need a UI for that. Oh, wait, hold on. No, ooh, hold on. Is this something? If set this will change the default text style for all widgets. Most widgets you can also set explicit text style, which will take precedence over this. Font ID. There's an example. Yeah. I think what I'm trying to do is goes beyond the style stuff. So the problem is I can't just make one out of thin air, right? Actually, maybe we can. Yeah, we can. That's what I'm gonna do. I'll make one out of thin air. Font ID size. Let's make the default really tiny. Font is font family. Monospace. And then we allow it to be overridden. Pub function font self and then font, which is font ID. And this is mutable. See ya, Jelmega. Thanks for sticking around so long. So this is self.font equals font self. Then what I do here is I just do self font for now, wherever font is needed. Got one error. Oh, right. This has to be done beforehand when we build it. There we go. Okay. And if I wanted to change it every time we render, it can't use builder pattern because it's stateful. So we'd have to like, maybe what I would do is like like we have with other things is that, oh, hey, kitty. You want to say hi to chat? Meow. Sit down without her scratching my face. Say, hey, chat. You want to say hi to Chad? You don't want to purr? You want to purr? Okay. You want to eat, huh? There's your food. She has this habit of brushing my legs to get my attention because she wants attention while she eats. If I stop paying attention, she'll like be like, I don't want to eat alone. And she'll like try to find me again. I know, I didn't get so many purrs from her this time though. Okay, I didn't need this anymore, but we're keeping it around just in case. Okay. Yeah, it's already borrowed. Row height plus, yeah. Okay, okay. Getting somewhere. Just wondering, how many columns does it usually has 8? Okay. Not 6. So is there also a row, like font has a row height, right? Is there also like a width? Or do I have to like pre-calculate that? There's a row height, but I don't, oh, there's glyph width. That's in points. Was this in points? It's also in points. Do we ever convert points to pixels? No, I didn't. Or hold on, maybe I did. No, I didn't. Maybe I should be multiplying by pixels per point or something? I don't know. So I could use glyph width, the width of this character. Okay, I have to give it a character. But if we're using a monospace font, then it doesn't matter what glyph I give it, right? Okay, so let's get that glyph width. So for text width. Copying this. So that's glyph width. We're going to use the X character because why not? And then there's no spacing, right? Well, actually, maybe there is spacing X. Okay, because I want to try to see what can we draw like actual like pretend characters. So for column in 0 to 16. We're gonna paint something random. Position, okay, here's where I need to like pre-compute the text width of 10 characters, because I'm gonna have 8 characters plus 2 for spacing. So let offset width offset column width times 8. Oh, 10, right? Okay, and then what? Oh, it's float. Everything's in float. Okay. So then that's that. So the position, Okay, we want to pre-compute this once, right? Let char width equal that. So that's char width times 10. Okay, so then this is going to be offset column width plus column times text or char width times 3, right? As F32. Okay, and then the row is correct, so we want just 2. And here's where it's going to be, just to be fun, let's have it make a random. So ChatGPT, you can answer this. How do I create a random U8 value in Rust? We use the rand crate and just this. So we called gen on the random generator, random number generator, RNG. And this is the RNG. So we need random. ChatGPT seems to think it's on 0.8. No, we're on 0.14 now. ChatGPT is behind the times. Rand. Okay, so we're going to make a random byte out here. Char width times 3.0. So this is the byte. I have to say it's a U8, right? I have to say it's U8 somewhere. Okay, so every time it paints, it's gonna draw something different. What's wrong with this? It doesn't know what rand is. Why doesn't it know what rand is? Rand. Did I put it in the wrong crate? I didn't. Oh, it's random? I don't know, it's some random crate, I guess. I pulled in some random crate. I hope I didn't hack my virtual machine there. Is there no gen for the RNG? Gen. Oh, I have to use a crate to get that. No, don't tell me, that has to be mutable. Of course. All right, let's run it. This will be fun to watch because every time I move the mouse, it's just going to jumble the bytes around. Okay, so my text width is way too big. We're going to not add the item spacing. We're just going to get the glip width of X. That's better. Look at that. It's random bytes. Every time we scroll, we get something more random too. Looking at the face of chaos. The face of chaos. Stop moving the mouse. We have some random state. Cool. And now to make things interesting, because I always do this traditionally, I usually put a space in past the 8th column, so just to mix things up. So that means I'm going to pre-compute this position. X equals that, but I'm going to make it mutable, and I'm going to say if column is greater than 7, or greater than or equal to 8, x plus equals character width. And that x goes there. That beautiful, beautiful noise, yes. Cool. All right. Now, what will be even nicer is if we have ASCII on the right, right? So let's do that. We're going to take the same bytes and draw them on the right in ASCII. So this is like, hold on, this X is byte X. And we also have to compute ASCII X. So that's the column width plus times, not times 3, but times 3 times 16 plus 1 more. Let me think about this. There's a fixed amount, so it's not that times 3, but this plus 16 times 3 plus 1. Right? Plus how many more? Plus 2. So let's have that be evaluated. It's 51. Yay. And I don't believe when I do the ASCII, I don't add another break at column 8. I just leave it the way it is. So then we get to paint another thing at ASCII. And then what do we paint there? It's this is the interesting thing. If byte is greater than or equal to 20, I'd say, and byte is less than 80, then it's just byte as, can you do byte as char? Else it's going to be dot. So byte as char does like an ASCII conversion, right? And it panics if it no, it doesn't panic. It's just a single byte character, right? Why times 3? Because we have to skip the byte. We have to skip the bytes. This is there's 51 characters. That's the width of the hex display. Let's just see if I got it right. If I got it wrong, maybe Comkick gets another point. Nope, I got it right. So there we go. We got the ASCII on the right. So the dot is if it's unprintable. So without moving my mouse, I can see 5A at the top right is a capital Z. Next row down 2F, I think is this / and 1 is unprintable, and there's a 5A next to it. B1 is unprintable, 50 is a capital P, 4D is a capital M. Yeah, it looks right to me. 69 is a 9, right? I think it works. There's my hex editor. So we actually know our maximum width because we can pre-calculate that based off of the font size, right? It's going to be 51 plus 16, so 67 character widths wide, plus the 10 on the left, so whatever that is. Cool. This is probably a good stopping point for me. Things to do would be, I still haven't decided if I want this or not, but the one built into VS Code has this header bar at the top that just prints the offset bytes and the word decoded text, but I don't think I need to print that. But I might want to print that because it's kind of a nice visual guide that to see, oh, that's the B column or whatever. Wait, did I? Oh no, it's just on top. What else to do? Probably want to like make the colors adjustable. Oh, and I have to make it so that we can click on a byte and it highlights it. I also want to be able to like maybe click and drag to select a region. And there's a bunch of that stuff I have in WPF that rather than writing it from scratch, I can copy from there. The other thing is we actually need to get our bytes from a real file and not completely made up randomly. But hey, I got pretty far from where I started, right? So we have a scrollable area. We're actually printing like they're random bytes, but you know, if we had them, we could print them instead. I think that's a lot of progress. Send this out of the virtual machine, right? And then take a break, come at this later. Let's raid Mr. Sir. The man, the myth, the legend. Maker of Stream Parrot, which is that chat thing over my head. Let's go say hi to him. He's working on, I think he's working on Vexilla, which is, I can't remember. Is that his feature flag? Runtime feature flag thing? Anyway, let's go see what he's up to. Talk to you later. Bye.